talk?
Sure, what's up?
I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
It's my new car. I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
You might be on the naughty list.
Enjoy the new car.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
What makes Kinder chocolate bars so good?
Cowboys. On horses. They get milk.
See that hologram, bro? It looks like a map. I can't make out what it is. Emergency manual door. Why is there? There's freaking Mandarin on there. So the people that worked at Puffco, they were, I think they were Asian. And the dude was like, "Tell me what you saw." He was Asian. And there's Mandarin written right here. I think that's Mandarin. So this probably ties in with Puffco, man. And those little worms down there. Yeah, I'm going to probably watch this trailer like 50 times. I don't know what the hell those are. I don't have a clue. Is that something we crafted? Or alien eggs? I don't know. What is that? Oh, okay. That's our little robot. Yeah, there's some trees. You know what's funny? What if we're like, what if we terraform this place and it like turns into the forest? How insane would that be? I doubt it though. And there's human-like skeletons here, which tells me someone's been here before. Humans have been here before. Maybe this is a planet they came to experiment. I don't know. They did experiments on this planet, and then this is the outcome. It's almost impossible to tell. I am going to have a message for the devs. Absolutely. They put me in the credits on Sons of the Forest, which was probably the highlight of my gaming career, my absolute favorite game, and I got put in the credits. That was amazing. Thanks to my man Farkit, who is, I hope, going to cover this as well. He's busy making video games right now. I knew, because we had a conversation about this, I knew they were going to pop back off with another game. I knew it, because they made an immense amount of money on Sons of the Forest. Even though the longevity wasn't there, they had the funds. And I knew they wanted to clap back with something crazy. And I knew they would. So this kind of doesn't surprise me. But I will have a message for the devs at the end of this video. Hopefully they watch it. Yeah, and I noticed there's like an orange yellow and then there's a blue. Maybe yellow is hostile and blue is not? I don't know. And this thing, it looks like it's being animated by worms. He's got obviously half a body, which is weird in itself. Is this our Virginia? Because this is a downgrade. This is an absolute downgrade. But yeah, there were humans here before. And my guess is that they were running experiments in this time or place or wherever the hell this is. So, you know what? I just thought of something. I wonder if maybe there's two parts of the game. Maybe we stumble, I don't know if this is the main world. Maybe we stumble upon this world and then we either escape it and go to an actual forest. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Let me know what you think down in the... We've got this, what I'm assuming is an adaptable ray gun where we can upgrade it. And there's this red light. What was that red light? Something above, scanning. And then you got these little, I don't know what they are, man, running at you from the bottom. Yeah, that's some wild stuff. All right. And there it is. So right out of the gate, we're in a spaceship. First person, same DNA as the forest, which is fine. But then there's the picture in the cockpit that says, "Daddy went to space." I know that's a big clue. And the trailer wants you to see that. It immediately caught my attention. Because now I'm asking, who are we playing as? That's the biggest question. Is this father again? Is this LeBlanc? Who knows? Is this another dad trying to get home situation? Or is this trailer just environmental storytelling that has nothing to do with the protagonist? You never know. Midnight absolutely loves to imply like emotional stakes and then completely subvert them later on. In the forest, you thought it was a simple rescue story. In Sons, you thought it was a rescue mission until it wasn't. So is this a dad that volunteered for a mission? Is he stranded? Is this a one-way trip? Did something go wrong before the portal even happened? That single photo tells me that this is not a random miner or a space soldier. There's definitely intention here. And then the ship gets yanked, probably a little damaged. Not completely malfunctioned, but definitely yanked. It definitely doesn't feel like, oops, space accident. It feels like something reached out and grabbed the spaceship for a reason, which pretty much mirrors the exact The Forest series formula. Plane crash, helicopter crash, and the islands weren't random. So now I'm asking, did this thing want him? Does it pull anything that gets in too close? Because if this is connected to the artifacts from the first two games, that kind of changes everything. God, let's talk about the environment. This planet looks wet, cold, mushy, and organic, sort of. Definitely doesn't look like a forest planet. And that's probably the biggest thing I'm assuming most people notice, is that there's basically no trees, which is wild because this is a forest game. So now I'm wondering, how does crafting work? Is it going to be crafting? Well, what are you building with? Are we shifting away from classic log-based building? Is this more like scavenging, tech-based? Because in Knight's crafting system, it's always been physical, chopping, dragging, stuff like that. And if there are no trees, then something fundamental changes. And that's where I start thinking about Sons of the Forest. Now, there's so many people, man, out there that said the exact same thing about Sons of the Forest. They all said it felt like something was missing. Even I felt this too, and no one could quite pinpoint it. Honestly, I don't think it was the crafting. I don't think it was the survival. That was great. I think maybe it was the pacing and the mystery. I think Sons of the Forest showed its hand way too early, especially the ending. I think we got answers before we had time to like sit in the unknown, you know. And the replayability, that was always questioned, because the first Forest had excellent replayability. Now, Fark had always blamed it on the building. I was kind of half in, half out on that. In the first Forest, you didn't understand anything for like a long time. Everything was a mystery, and I think that's what kept people grounded. I think Sons kind of rushed towards the truth a little bit too quick, and people were like hacking the ending and all that stuff. So when I see the Forest 3 trailer being intentionally confusing, that actually makes me feel better about this game. Because In Night is best when you don't understand what's happening. Now, I want to talk about the shoulder robot. Why I don't trust it. It could be a cute thing, like a helpful thing, a companion-like thing, but I don't trust it. In Night does not give you comfort without consequences. So is this a tutorial system, a scanner, a helper that becomes unreliable later? Who knows? Or worse, because if this thing survives when nothing else did, it remains perfectly intact, that kind of raises suspicion. And then there's that moment when you're picking up worms. That is total In Night recipe, man. And if In Night shows you something in the trailer, picking something up, it means you're going to rely on it. You're probably going to eat it, or it's going to eat you. So we got worms, goo, and alien materials. This feels less like chopping trees and more like learning an ecosystem, which is interesting. Also risky. Because the second the survival stops being intuitive, people bounce. That might be what Sons struggled with, now that I think about it. Now, I don't know. I want to talk about the enemies. The creatures here, they don't feel like mutants. They kind of feel like natives. That's kind of a big tonal shift. In the first Forest, it was like, this used to be human. And then the Forest 3 looks like you never belonged there. And I think that's scarier to me. We got tentacles, we got swamp thing, we got half bodies in the water. That definitely tells me water is no longer safe. Because in the first Forest, water was protection, and now water looks like an absolute threat. And then the weapons, or the weapon, or whatever. I see energy weapons, which tells me this is not a purely primitive survival game. I think progression will probably matter more. So I think it's a progression thing, simply because of the ray gun. I think you're going to be able to update it. I think you're like expected to adapt in this one and not just endure. I really hope they don't hand that power to you too early. God. Because again, Sons did that. It's like the moment you feel capable, all the fear disappears. And I think that might have been what was missing. Okay, so my honest take. I think Force 3 is Night resetting the mystery. A new setting, new rules, same formula, confusing first, but answers later, hopefully. I think they learned from Sons. I truly hope, and I think they learned a lot from Sons. I think Sons was more or less like a stepping stone for them. But this trailer, I think, is absolutely withholding the loop. There's nothing in it. There's no building showcase. There's no crafting. And there's absolutely no clear objective. Because once you understand the loop, the spell is broken. And I like that. I like that a lot. And I know future trailers they'll probably show building and showcase crafting and more. But so far there's no clear objective, and that's what keeps it exciting, at least for me. So I think it's casually optimistic, not because of space or aliens, but I think because Night is doing what they do best here, making you extremely uncomfortable by not explaining anything. And I think that is when the Forest is the strongest. Let me know if you caught anything that I didn't, because I guarantee people are going to find details in the trailer that I didn't. So now I'm wearing something different because while editing this, I realized something. Jack in Sons of the Forest, I do believe it was Jack, got Virginia pregnant. So maybe the drawing in the spaceship is from Jack's kid. Possibly, but then there's another loop. If you look at the end credits, one of the last articles in the end credits, actually right when my name is shown as a special thanks, it says CEO Timmy LeBlanc missing. So maybe it's Timmy LeBlanc. I don't know, but I figured I'd just throw that in there. That kind of threw my brain for a loop. So it's either Jack or Timmy, but who knows which one. Maybe, I think I just figured it out. I think Timmy went missing, and I think Jack is looking for him. I think I just figured it out. Timmy went missing, and Jack was possibly on a mission to find him, but then how did he get sucked into the wormhole? That would make sense because of the picture. Because Virginia was pregnant on one of the end cutscenes, spoiler, and that had to have been who drew that picture. Anyway, on to the message with the devs. Figured I'd throw that in there. Okay, now I want to talk to the devs. I want to take a second to speak directly to you guys. First off, thank you, genuinely. Not just for Force 3, but everything you've done over the years. Very few studios know how to create atmosphere like you guys do. Very few studios understand how powerful it is to let the player sit in the unknown, to feel uneasy, confused, curious, and extremely uncomfortable without holding their hands. I think that is your strength. And I say this with respect to the series. Please protect the mystery this time. Please. I know early access is part of your DNA. We all know that. And early access can be incredible when it's used to let the game breathe, evolve, and grow naturally with the community. But the biggest thing I hope you carry forward is restraint. Let the system simmer. Let the world stay confusing for a while. Let the players wonder what they're doing wrong instead of telling them what's right. The Force is at its best when the player feels lost but curious, not rushed to answers. It's when the survival feels earned and when the story unfolds slowly, almost accidentally. But yes, please don't rush the end. Don't solve the mystery too early. Don't give us the power before we've paid for it with fear and time. Trust the long game. You've built something special before more than once. And from what you've shown so far, the Force 3 feels like the project that could have some real longevity if you let it grow at its own pace. And that's all I got to say. Thank you for what you do. More importantly, thank you for taking risks. And most of all, thank you for being the studio that doesn't feel like you're manufactured like a lot of new giant AAA games. And that about does it. Let me know what you think down in the comment section. Mad Vlad is the name in Forest 3. We'll see what you're hiding.
Hey, welcome to Vice Grip Garage. I'm Derek. A guy's in southeastern Florida, and in front of this vacant house here sits an abandoned car I just bought sight unseen. Not only have I never seen this car specifically before, I have never seen this maker model in person until today. Oh, rolled the ankle. This bad boy right here is a 1990 Cadillac Lante. Statistically speaking, you've never heard or seen one of these either, so don't feel bad, but there's a good reason. These are actually very rare. You see, GM Cadillac only produced these from about 1987 to 1993, and they ended up only making around 21,000 of these in total. So the chances of seeing one of these in the wild is very, very, very slim. Guys, being honest with you, I don't know something or nothing about these rigs, but after I made the deal on it, I had to figure out what it was, and it started to pique my interest more than Dolly Parton, I gotta be honest. So I really dug in. They're neat cars, actually. They went through some big changes, most notably the engine in this thing. This is the 4.5 liter 9-to-5 compression transverse V8 multi-port fuel injected with an automagical 4-speed transmission, which later switched to the infamous North Star. Well, just be glad we don't have that one, I guess. But the really cool part about this car is the body itself right here. That was actually produced in Italy, believe it or not, by a company called Pininfarina. They specialize in designing and manufacturing bodies for all sorts of makes and models, some of them of the likes of Ferrari and Maserati, and Hugo, and obviously GM. After these were built, they were shipped from Italy to the United States via specially designed 757 Boeing aircrafts, and that's where they were eventually mated with the Cadillac drivetrain, and voila, an Italian-inspired sports coupe. Well, they never really caught on. Cadillac wanted to compete with, you know, the Mercedes and the Jaguar two-door, hardtop, soft-top coupes of the day. It just, listen, these were really expensive. In fact, GM's most expensive car at the time. In today's money, this car right here is about $125,000. I'm not saying that's the reason they were nixed, but eventually they were on the chopping block and they disappeared after a dismal production run. And that is most likely why you've never seen one of these. Kind of looks like a two-door Eagle Premier, if I'm being honest. So realistically, here's where we're at. This car was really advanced for its time, and advanced is usually followed by wiring. And yes, this car is basically completely digital from bumper to bumper. Everything and anything in it, including the dashes, gauges, and everything else. They actually had integrated cell phones already in 1991, believe it or not. Parts for this car are extremely hard to find. In fact, there's a very lucrative small niche of people that part these out, I found, on the gray web. So I'm finally going to do the right thing. No, I'm just gonna try to get it running and driving and attempt to drive this 1,000 miles home. It's either gonna be simple or severely painful. Great. Let's do that. So now that you know a little bit about this car in general, I want to talk about this car specifically, and it has some really good history, and I want to share that. I want the history of cars to stay with the car. That's one of the reasons I do what I do. And this one has an exciting, fun, but also heartbreaking past with it. This is Cosmo Sr.'s car, and I purchased it from Cosmo Jr., so you can kind of figure out the backstory there. I don't want to talk too much about it. And this is Cosmo's home here. He was a car buff and just collected all sorts of stuff. In fact, right next to this was a Boss Hog Caddy and a Jaguar. And he had multiple other rigs. This car, the last time it was on the road, was beautiful, in impeccable condition. So nice, in fact, the story is that rolled across a Barrett Jackson auction way back in 2015-ish, and Cosmo had to have it. He bid and won this car. He only put 300 to 400 miles on it and parked it right here with the car cover on it. And that is it. So, unfortunately, the top is, or the cover has just disintegrated and went into the earth. I can see that it's buffed the paint, and Florida sun and salt and everything else has got after it. But maybe I'll be able to research this enough to find what it used to look like back in the day. But nonetheless, it was loved. It was a sparkle in someone's eye. And Cosmo Jr. said, look, which I really, really respect and appreciate. I've got my cars from my dad that I want. This can't sit here and waste anymore. It's got to go to someone that can fix it up and enjoy it and understand what it is, face value. And I'll be your huckleberry. We're going to take care of this thing, Cosmo here. I don't know what we're going to do with it. I don't even know if the engine is free. I've never worked on one of these. I have no idea what we're doing. We are in absolute uncharted territory at this moment. But the story just... Here we are. You guys want a newer-ish, fuel-injected digital stuff? So let's do a really quick walk around because I'm doing it with you. We got to figure out what we have, what's here, how it allegedly functions and works, and then we've got to dig in. Normally I say spark, fuel, compression, valve timing. That's the same here in theory, except there's a whole lot of relays and computers and doodads and whatnots in betwixt all of that.
To keep traffic flowing around here.
All right, let's start in the rear. We'll walk around it, see what we're working with. Cosmo the Cadillac. So it's really hard to see in this lighting, but like I was talking about the car cover, yeah, you guys probably can't see it, but the paint is completely wrecked from car covers. Just doing this in the wind, it has just put some crazy marks through the clear coat, and in some cases all the way through the clear and paint to primer, which I'll show you in a little bit here. The plastics have cracked over the years. That wasn't there when it was purchased, obviously. I think these are from 89 to 91 or something like that. That might be a light. I really don't know. I tried to figure out what we're looking at before I got here, and resources are limited. Oh, fixed. Oh, maybe not. Tires are obviously shot. Surprisingly, not all the way on the rim, but they are very close. Cracked, checked up. Here's more of that top stuff. Maybe we could bring that around with the buffer. I don't know. There's not a single. Surprisingly, not all the way on the rim, but they are very close. Cracked, checked up. Here's more of that top stuff. Maybe we could bring that around the bumper. I don't know. There's not a single. Surprisingly, not all the way on the rim, but they are very close. Cracked, checked up. Here's more of that top stuff. Maybe we could bring that around the bumper. I don't know. There's not a single.
follow your dreams. With up to 597 miles per tank, the new Subaru Crosstrek Hybrid. Dog tested, dog approved.
The Subaru Crosstrek Hybrid and Forester Hybrid, part of our growing family of Subaru hybrid vehicles.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman when you need the protection of Batman.
Easy, Batemobile, not too fast, baby.
Any last words? Just one. It's a long one. Dermatologist.
That's why you need the real deal.
Look out! That's Batman!
Go home, Bateman. Do a podcast or something.
That's hurtful.
So don't settle for just any insurance when there's State Farm.
A hot and steamy au jus is the king of dips. It enhances the flavor of everything. Roast beef, onions, cheese. I would dip everything in au jus if I could. Everything. Firefighter approved. And if you want some savings, order on the app.
Excellence Cream by L'Oreal Paris has everything I've wished for. It's even better than my ex. Hair color.
Nothing protects or covers gray better.
Excellence Cream by L'Oreal Paris. Need to cover your grays in between coloring? Magic Root by L'Oreal Paris. I'm worth it.
As a professional makeup artist, to use faux brow is a game changer. I've had a alopecia my whole life, so I don't have eyebrows, I don't grow eyebrows. To do that so easily, it makes me so happy, it makes me want to cry. They look so real. New faux brow pen by L'Oreal. Faux brow, real confidence.
This is the first cream that I did bottom of the jar status.
This is all over my feed, but will it really live up to expensive skincare? I'll be the judge of that. Gorgeous job. Solid start. Next, texture. So creamy, rich, and hydrating. Everyone says it's smooth and firm, and has antioxidants too. It feels just like a $500 cream. For me, it's a winner. L'Oreal Paris Age Perfect Midnight Cream. I'm worth it, and my skin's worth it too.
Who did you get?
In a fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's doubting dentist number 10? She's gone from unsure to all smiles. One drive can change your mind. Toyota, let's go places.
Irresistibly smooth chocolate to put the world on pause. Lindor, made to melt you by the Lindt Master Chocolatier.
One drive can change your mind. Toyota, let's go places.
Irresistibly smooth chocolate to put the world on pause. Lindor, made to melt you by the Lindt Master Chocolatier.
One drive can change your mind. Toyota, let's go places.
Irresistibly smooth chocolate to put the world on pause. Lindor, made to melt you by the Lindt Master Chocolatier.
One drive can change your mind. Toyota, let's go places.
Irresistibly smooth chocolate to put the world
One thing I've noticed about football fans is they all talk like the players can actually hear them.
Proud of you.
But when you have Geico Insurance, you'll always be heard.
There you go. That's how you run inside zone.
Anything for you, bud.
It feels good to be heard. It feels good to Geico.
Who did you get?
Excuse me, Miss Retta, how do I treat yourself?
Well, you could mix and match medium specialty pizzas for $9.99 each.
Really?
Yeah. Don't you work here?
I do, yes.
In a verifiably fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's dentist number 10? Let's get her behind the wheel. Dentist number 10 said she wouldn't buy a battery electric vehicle. Maybe she didn't know driving a Toyota BZ would be more fun than eating candy. It's official. One drive can change your mind. Toyota. Let's go places.
Finding the perfect gift at a perfect price feels like behind all the holiday magic is you. Max what makes you, you. Finding the perfect gift
What
at
makes
a
Kinder
perfect
chocolate
price
bars so
feels
good?
like
Cowboys. On horses. They get milk to make the creamy filling from the nicest cows.
Hey, Jim, how's the family?
Spectacular.
Then they head on down to Chaco Creek. But that's just what I heard. Creamy milky filling, chocolate coating, Kinder chocolate, simply wonderful. They get milk to make the creamy
that's great.
filling.
You're great. I'm here to save you.
I'm good.
Cool.
I think we should see other people.
You know what? If you could just let your hair down a little bit down. No.
You're so far away, I can't hear you.
The home with Duncan is where you want to be.
Here for survival training? Of course.
Simply wonderful.
Pathetic! We've compiled some valuable training material just for incompetent weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out there against the hungry undead, 10-story monsters, or martial arts masters.
I do love a good fight, but do you like winning them?
Now, listen up, dimwits! We've cut the price on some materials. So study up. Weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out there against the hungry undead, 10-story monsters, or martial arts masters.
I do love a good fight, but do you like winning them?
Now, listen up, dimwits! We've cut the price on some materials. So study up. Weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out there against the hungry undead, 10-story monsters, or martial arts masters.
I do love a good fight, but do you like winning them?
Now, listen up, dimwits! We've cut the price on some materials. So study up. Weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out there against the hungry undead, 10-story monsters, or martial arts masters.
boys!
One thing I've noticed about football fans is they all talk like the players can actually hear them.
Proud of you. Looking good. Keep it up.
But when you have Geico Insurance, you'll always be heard. They have top-notch customer service with people who really care.
There you go, that's how you run inside zone.
Anything for you, bud.
Cool. Could you pass the ball?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Just pass the ball.
Yeah, just
Okay.
Pass it.
It feels good to be heard. It feels good to Geico.
Who did you get? Thank you.
Domino's new spicy chicken bacon ranch is looking hot. Is that drizzled with? Ooh, fire. Mix and match medium specialty pizzas for $9.99. Only at Domino's.
In a fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's doubting dentist number 10? She's gone from unsure to all smiles. One drive can change your mind. Toyota, let's go places.
Look out! Pop, pop, it's showtime. Showtime. Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Show up.
Finding the perfect gift at a perfect price feels like
24-karat magic in the
behind all the holiday magic is you. Max what makes you, you.
Reason 1347. If he forgets to lock up, just say the word. One of many reasons to choose the Schlage Arrive Smart Wi-Fi deadbolt.
That's great.
Your grades. I'm here to save you.
I'm good.
Reason 1347.
I think we should see other people.
You know what? If you could just let your hair down a little bit down. No, no, no!
You're so far away, I can't hear you.
The home with Duncan is where you want to be.
To choose the Schlage Arrive Smart Wi-Fi deadbolt.
Your grades. I'm here to save you.
I think we should see other people.
You can just let your hair down a little bit down. No, no, no! I can't hear you.
LaGrange, Georgia, USA, where all Duracell AA and AAA batteries are assembled. One factory, one set of standards. But what about Energizer Max AA's? They're assembled around the world. You can check for yourself right at the shelf. But Duracell AA's are assembled in the USA. Those are on me. Just kidding. You gotta pay for those. One factory, one set of standards.
So, are you a holiday person? Who did you get? We've got the large one in function.
Thank you.
Do you want me to take that for you?
That's okay.
Even taking a photo can be tough for young homeowners turning into their parents.
Okay, everybody, big smiles. Very good.
Okay, phone back.
One more for safety. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's do a fun one. Hold up the buildings behind you. Hold up the buildings. That's great.
I'm so sorry.
How do y'all know each other? You friends?
Greg?
Okay, everybody jump in the air at the same time.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Oh, no, I didn't get it. All right, from the top. Safety. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's do a fun one. Hold up the buildings
What
behind you.
makes Kinder chocolate bars so good? Cowboys.
I'm so sorry. How do y'all know each
On
other?
horses. They get milk to make the creamy filling from the nicest cows.
Hey, Jim, how's the family?
Spectacular.
Then they head on down to Chaco Creek. But that's just what I heard. Creamy milky filling, chocolate coating, Kinder chocolate, simply wonderful.
Every specialty pizza is just $9.99 when I mix and match?
Yep.
Treat yourself.
The People's Pizza?
Treat yourself.
Philly cheesesteak.
Treat yourself.
Ooh, the new spicy chicken bacon ranch pizza? Treat yourself.
But that's just what I heard. Creamy milky, chocolate coating.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah. Consolidate bad debt and save money for your next goal. Take a swing at your kitchen reno. Meant that literally. Or design your actual dream wedding. All your ambitions, all in one app. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K, no fees required. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right. Your kitchen reno. Meant that literally. Or design your actual dream wedding. All your ambitions, all in one app. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K, no fees required. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right. Your kitchen reno. Meant that literally. Or design your actual dream wedding. All your ambitions, all in one app. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K, no fees required. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right.
You know, I've always found it strange. People really want to save money, but are so willing to toss their hard-earned coin into a 3-foot pool of disappointment.
I want to be rich.
You don't need to throw your money away. All you need is your phone.
Huh.
No. Go to Geico, get a quote, and you could save $900 with your phone.
Look at that, it's ringing.
What? What are you doing, mate?
I'm going in.
It feels good to save some coin. It feels good to Geico.
You don't need to throw your money away. All you need is your phone.
What makes Kinder chocolate bars so good? Cowboys. On horses. They get milk to make the creamy filling from the nicest cows.
Hey, Jim, how's the family?
Spectacular.
Then they head on down to Chalco Creek. But that's just what I heard. Creamy milky filling, chocolate coating, Kinder chocolate, simply wonderful.
Excuse me, Miss Retta, how do I treat yourself?
Well, you could mix and match medium specialty pizzas for $9.99 each.
Really?
Yeah. Don't you work here?
I do, yes.
My nose.
In a verifiably fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's dentist number 10? Let's get her behind the wheel. Dentist number 10 said she wouldn't buy a battery electric vehicle. Maybe she didn't know driving a Toyota BZ would be more fun than eating candy. It's official. One drive can change your mind. Toyota. Let's go places.
Who did you get?
Thank you.
It's official. One drive can change.
Look out! Pop, it's showtime. Showtime. Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Shut up.
Finding the perfect gift at a perfect price feels like
24-karat magic in the air.
behind all the holiday magic is you. Max what makes you, you.
That's great.
You're great. I'm here to save you.
I'm good.
Cool.
I think we should see other people.
You know what? If you could just let your hair down a little bit down. No.
You're so far away, I can't hear you.
The home with Duncan is where you want to be. The home with Duncan is where you want to be.
If you're on or getting off your weight loss meds, you know how important nutrition is. This Atkins shake has helped me lose over 35 pounds and gain muscle. My favorite is the chocolate peanut butter. Look for the other 2 flavors too. Seriously, it's like a reward.
Officer! Officer! Could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
Let's say I obtain a car for less than you think it cost.
I don't follow.
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah?
Guess how much I paid for it?
My favorite is the chocolate peanut butter. Look for the other 2 flavors too. Seriously,
Enjoy the new car.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
You know, I've always found it strange. People really want to save money, but are so willing to toss their hard-earned coin into a 3-foot pool of disappointment.
I want to be rich.
Almost feels wrong.
You don't need to throw your money away. All you need is your phone.
For 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles.
No. Go to Geico, get a quote, and you could save $900 with your phone.
Look at that, it's ringing.
What? What are you doing, mate?
I'm going in.
It feels good to save some coin. It feels good to Geico.
You don't need to throw your money away.
Who did you get?
Ooh, Sunday fun day. Let's go with flax. Flax is for pigeons. Flax equals health. Fun day. Flax. Fun day. Flax! Oh, just grab the bar. 20 grams of protein. Swallow it whole. Yay, protein. Quest. It's basically cheating.
The events are still etched in my memory. Lost worlds, frozen in time. New discoveries waiting behind every door, across every chasm. Some legends are destined to be retold. Lost worlds, frozen in time. New discoveries waiting behind every door, across every chasm. Some legends are destined to be retold. Lost worlds, frozen in time. New discoveries waiting behind every door, across every chasm. Some legends are destined to be retold.
Pop, pop, it's showtime. 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 Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Show up.
Finding the perfect gift at a perfect price feels like
24-karat magic in the
behind all the holiday magic is you. Max what makes you, you.
In a verifiably fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's dentist number 10? Let's get her behind the wheel. Dentist number 10 said she wouldn't buy a battery electric vehicle. Maybe she didn't know driving a Toyota BZ would be more fun than eating candy. It's official. One drive can change your mind. Toyota. Let's go places.
Here for survival training? Of course you are. Pathetic! We've compiled some valuable training material just for incompetent weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out there against the hungry undead, 10-story monsters, or martial arts masters.
I do love a good fight, but do you like winning them?
Now, listen up, dimwits! We've cut the price on some materials. So study up. Weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out.
Who did you get?
Officer! Officer! Could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
Let's say I obtain a car for less than you think it cost.
I don't follow.
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah?
Guess how much I paid for it.
Enjoy the new car.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Oh, you want to put the heavier items on the bottom.
Let's let him do his job.
Right.
Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Latte for Jan?
We got a latte for Jan.
Remember, you don't work here.
Latte for Jan?
I think the chicken marsala. Ooh, I would not have that.
Julie?
Jan, Jan as in January.
Canned goods, OJ, root beer, then probably sandwich cookies.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Could be Jan, I guess. Jan?
You don't work here.
Latte for Jan?
Yeah, mix gravy bursts. But we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Could be Jan, I guess. Jan?
You don't work here.
Latte for Jan?
Yep. Yep. Mm. Yep. Mm. Mm.
a verifiably fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's dentist number 10? Let's get her behind the wheel. Dentist number 10 said she wouldn't buy a battery electric vehicle. Maybe she didn't know driving a Toyota BZ would be more fun than eating candy. It's official. One drive can change your mind. Toyota. Let's go places.
It's the dog park. With all the dogs there. And the people you see that you don't really know because it's the dog park. It's the dog park.
Brought to you by Progressive Pet Insurance.
Toyota. Let's go.
What are you eating? What are you eating? Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Open your mouth.
It's the dog park.
Protect your pet from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Who did you get?
Thank you. It's the dog park.
That's right. Move it like this now. Move it like this now. Move it like this now. You gotta move that. Yeah. You know. You gotta move that. Yeah. Okay. You know. You gotta move that.
Big time, best time, all the time. Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
Most people don't invest because they don't know where to start. I say, start with yourself. When you join SoFi Plus, you can get $1,000 plus in annual value, plus SoFi Bank's highest savings APY, plus a 1% match in recurring SoFi Invest deposits paid in rewards points. Get the MVP for your finances all in one app. Because your best investment will always be you. Get SoFi Bank's highest savings APY with SoFi Plus. SoFi. Get your money right.
Hey, Dad, can we talk?
Sure, what's up?
I gotta complain about something.
Okay.
It's my new car. I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
You might be on the naughty list.
Enjoy the new car.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
We were torn apart at birth.
That's dramatic.
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
How's it feel to be so irresistible? Irresistible? Is that what people are saying?
That's it. Ugh, irresistible.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
Days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
We were torn apart at birth.
That's dramatic.
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
How's it feel to be so irresistible? Irresistible? Is that what people are saying?
That's it. Ugh, irresistible.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
Days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
We were torn apart at birth.
That's dramatic.
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
How's it feel to be so irresistible? Irresistible? Is that what people are saying?
That's it. Ugh, irresistible.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
Days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
We were torn apart at birth.
That's dramatic.
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
As a professional makeup artist, to use faux brow is a game changer. I've had alopecia my whole life, so I don't have eyebrows, I don't grow eyebrows. To do that so easily, it makes me so happy. It makes me want to cry. They look so real. New faux brow pen by L'Oreal. Faux brow, real confidence.
Maybe I should do something about this. You have to.
Excellence Nudes by L'Oreal Paris. Ammonia-free formula for an ultra-natural color. Infused with ceramides. 90% less breakage and 100% gray coverage. Excellence Nudes by L'Oreal Paris.
Because you're worth it.
So, are you a holiday person? Who did you get? We've got the large one in function.
Thank you.
Officer! Officer! Could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
Let's say I obtain a car for less than you think it cost.
I don't follow.
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah?
Guess how much I paid for it?
Enjoy the new car.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
I don't follow.
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe?
Do you want me to take that for you?
That's okay.
Even taking a photo can be tough for young homeowners turning into their parents.
Okay, everybody, big smiles. Very good.
Okay, phone back.
One more for safety. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's do a fun one. Hold up the buildings behind you. Hold up the buildings. That's great.
I'm so sorry.
How do y'all know each other? You friends?
Greg?
Okay, everybody jump in the air at the same time.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Oh, no, I didn't get it. All right, from the top.
Here for survival training? Of course you
Hold up the
will.
buildings behind you.
Pathetic! We've compiled some valuable training material just for incompetent weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out there against the hungry undead, 10-story monsters, or martial arts masters.
I do love a good fight.
But do you like winning them? Now, listen up, dimwits! We've cut the price on some materials. So study up. Weaklings like yourselves. So maybe you'll stand a chance out there against the hungry undead, 10-story monsters.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you.
Listen up, dimwits!
But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to all the lads you do.
Who did you get?
Thank you.
It's electrifying.
But the season can break. Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
Experience the wonder of happy Honda days while you can. Visit your local Honda dealer or shop online today.
Oh, you want to put the heavier items on the bottom.
Let's let him do his job.
Right.
Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Latte for Jan?
We got a latte for Jan.
Remember, you don't work here.
Latte for Jan?
I think the chicken marsala.
Ooh, I would not have that.
Julie?
Jan, Jan as in January.
Canned goods, OJ, root beer, then probably sandwich cookies.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Could be Jan, I guess. Jan? Latte for Jan?
Reason 6028. Know when he's home, even when you're not. One of many reasons to choose the Schlage Arrive Smart Wi-Fi deadbolt.
With the first pick, I'm taking the MVP of finances, SoFi Plus.
Thought I was the MVP.
Do you earn me $1,000 plus in annual value across banking, borrowing, investing, and more?
With my pick, I'm also taking SoFi Plus.
Have you seen my QBR?
Have you seen SoFi Bank's highest savings APY?
It can't even play in the snow.
With the first pick,
You could turn your financial fantasy into reality. Get SoFi Plus, the MVP for your finances. SoFi, get your money right.
annual value across banking, borrowing, investing, and more.
With my pick, I'm also taking SoFi Plus. Have you seen SoFi Bank's
We were torn apart at birth.
That's dramatic.
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
How's it feel to be so irresistible? Irresistible? Is that what people are saying?
That's it. Ugh, irresistible.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
Is this real?
Are you really Harry Potter?
Harry Potter, our new celebrity.
Harry, you're a great wizard, you know.
Harry Potter, the boy who lived.
Harry Potter, the full cast audio editions. Listen on Audible.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. So you can enjoy the food you love.
At Olive Garden, more is merrier. From a first course that never ends to festive new favorites piled high. It's everything you love about the holidays, just with Alfredo. Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family. At Olive Garden, more is merrier. From a first course that never ends to festive new favorites piled high. It's everything you love about the holidays, just with Alfredo. Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family. At Olive Garden, more is merrier. From a first course that never ends to festive new favorites piled high. It's everything you love about the holidays, just with Alfredo. Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family. At Olive Garden, more is merrier. From a first course that never ends
Heavier items on the bottom.
Let's let him do his job. Right. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Latte for Jan?
We got a latte for Jan.
Remember, you don't work here.
Latte for Jan?
I think the chicken marsala. Ooh, I would not have that.
Julie?
Jan, Jan as in January.
Canned goods, OJ, root beer, then probably sandwich cookies.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Could be Jan, I guess. Jan?
In a verifiably fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's dentist number 10? Let's get her behind the wheel. Dentist number 10 said she wouldn't buy a battery electric vehicle. Maybe she didn't know driving a Toyota BZ would be more fun than eating candy. It's official. One drive can change your mind. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey, Dad, can we talk?
Sure, what's up?
I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
It's my new car. I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
You might be on the naughty list.
Enjoy the new car.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. A Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
So, are you a holiday person? Who did you get? We've got the large one in function.
Thank you.
LaGrange, Georgia, USA, where all Duracell AA and AAA batteries are assembled. One factory, one set of standards. But what about Energizer Max AA's? They're assembled around the world. You can check for yourself right at the shelf. But Duracell AA's are assembled in the USA.
How?
Those are on me. Just kidding, you gotta pay for those.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fox News correspondent Matt Finn, coming to you live from beautiful Utah this morning, a brisk and chilly morning. Behind me is where Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, is being jailed here in Utah County. Yesterday, he was in court physically for the first time since he allegedly assassinated Charlie Kirk here 3 months ago. And it ended up being a pretty consequential and eventful hearing that lasted several hours. First of all, a lot of people talking about the fact that he appeared to be smirking or smiling in court. You know, some people may just say that's human nature, that's him interacting with his attorneys, but he's getting a lot of criticism for that. And there's, legal analysts saying that that may work against him in the future because he appeared to, maybe be dismissive or irreverent, that he should not be smiling or smirking. In court yesterday, a lot of issues touched upon. First of all, there was a violation of the decorum order. So a little behind the scenes, the cameras are not allowed to show Tyler Robinson in shackles. The media has agreed upon that he will not be shown walking into court in shackles. When he's seated, he won't be shown in shackles. And yesterday, at some point, he was shown in shackles. That was broadcast or live streamed. So the judge ruled that there was a violation of the decorum order, but the Judge Graff, did not ask the camera to leave the court at that point, which we expected he may have. Instead, he asked the camera to move further away from Tyler Robinson, away from the defense table, and then the camera was able to rebroadcast. Now, moving forward, Tyler Robinson's defense is asking that there be no camera during the potential murder trial. But there's an attorney here who is representing 23 media outlets, including Fox News, who is arguing for a camera during the trial. And the argument there is that, the public has a right to know that there is intense public interest in this, and that the media ultimately is a party. So the Judge Graff, he heard arguments from both sides yesterday regarding the camera in the courtroom, and the judge said he's going to make that decision in February. Obviously, you may have seen Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow. She has said that she wants a camera in the courtroom. Also, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated here in Utah, not too far from where I am right now, there were hundreds, if not 1,000+ people on campus at Utah Valley University. And in some previous hearings, there was a gag order issued, and the prosecution, asked the judge to clarify, does this gag order apply to the hundreds, if not thousands, of people who are eyewitnesses to this terrible assassination? So yesterday, the judge did give a little more clarification. The gag order remains in effect, but the judge basically said that it applies to any witness who reasonably thinks they may be called into court, to either testify or be a part of this trial in any capacity. So that's who this gag order applies to. And also the judge, warned the attorneys, hey, if you guys expect to call some of these eyewitnesses from campus, if you expect to call a witness from anywhere, start letting them know, start giving them a heads up so that they can comply with this gag order. Also, there were some motions to dismiss that were filed. The defense is asking for the prosecutor's office to be dismissed from this case, but they haven't exactly made clear why. The document that they filed is sealed, so we can't read it, but that was brought up in court yesterday. So the judge, we believe, is going to make a decision on that or hear more arguments about it in January. So all of this here in Utah is building up towards a preliminary hearing, which is basically a little mini trial before the anticipated murder trial. And that preliminary hearing was put on the books for the month of May. So essentially both sides will then argue whether or not there should be a full-blown murder trial, which it certainly looks like that's where this is headed. Also in court yesterday, Tyler Robinson's mother and father were present. Our reporters inside of the courtroom and other people observed that Robinson's mother was crying, and it's really an interesting dynamic if you think about it, because Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, his mother and father assisted in turning in their own son here in Utah. So now, after doing that, you know, and basically abiding by the law and surrendering their son, he now faces the death penalty. So, I mean, it's got to be an unimaginable dynamic and heartbreak to know that, you know, you did what is considered the right thing and turned your son over to the state, and now you're watching his trial unfold here in Utah, where he faces the potential death penalty. We will be here in Utah. There's many more hearings coming up. Some of them will be more consequential than others. At least one of them in January. We expect Tyler Robinson to, you know, leave this jail again and be transported back over to the courthouse in person. We anticipate being here for that, and we will keep you updated. So, you know, of course, stay tuned to Fox News, all of our social media outlets, the Fox News channel. I am Matt Finn, a correspondent for Fox News. I plan on covering the hearings and the trial ahead, so stay tuned to all of our social media, and thank you for tuning in.
I passed out.
Have you been drinking it all today?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
A community is devastated when the unthinkable happens. A car drives directly into a children's celebration. As the victims' friends and families reel from the tragedy, they demand answers. What led to this harrowing event?
You probably are the most hated person in the United States.
The following report is based on official police records. It's the afternoon of April 20th, 2024. The Monroe County Central Dispatch is abruptly overwhelmed with calls about a disaster that has just transpired at the Swan Boat Club in Newport, Michigan, 30 miles south of Detroit.
Oh my God. Jesus, Lord, Jesus, Lord, Jesus, Lord, Jesus. My Father's working on them. Hallowed be thy name. Why is the 911 answering the damn phone?
Monroe County 911, operator 2. What is your address?
Celebrities we can barely recognize anymore. The last one totally changed his face. Number 1, Zac Efron. The teen heartthrob from High School Musical now looks more like a Marvel superhero. Fans were shocked by his jawline transformation, sparking rumors of surgery. Zac says he shattered his jaw in an accident. Number 2, Renee Zellweger. The Bridget Jones star stunned fans when she appeared on the red carpet in 2014, looking completely different. She later said she was just living a healthier, happier life, but her transformation sparked endless headlines.
Hey everybody, have you ever been hanging out with your dog, like just chilling on the couch, and then someone else walks in the room and your dog like completely ignores them? I swear, sometimes they act like I don't even exist. It makes you wonder, right? Like, how do dogs choose their favorite person? Well, buckle up, Buttercup, because in this video, we're diving deep into the canine brain to uncover the secrets behind those puppy dog eyes. We're talking 10 surprising reasons why your dog might be obsessed with you. We're talking real science here. We're gonna find out if you're your dog's number one, and I'll even throw in a bonus tip at the end that will make your dog love you even more than those disgusting wet food pouches. Stick around, it's gonna be good. Okay, so you know how dogs have like a superpower where they can sniff out a single Cheeto from a mile away? Well, it turns out their sniffers are even more powerful than we thought. They can actually smell our emotions. Yeah, you heard me right. Dogs can sense changes in our hormones, which basically means they know when we're stressed, anxious, or even like about to cry over a sad dog commercial. And you know what's even crazier? They prefer to be around people who make them feel safe and relaxed. So, if you're the kind of person who freaks out over a little spilled milk, your dog might be secretly judging you. Just saying. I'm not judging, I'm just the messenger. And also, I spill things all the time. It happens. But listen to this. Dogs can even detect changes in your heart rate and body language, like they're basically furry little lie detectors. So if you're trying to hide your true feelings from your dog, good luck with that. They see right through you, you know, without actually seeing because they don't understand what seeing really means. It's all about smells and vibes, man. Okay, real talk. Have you ever met someone who just stares at you intensely without blinking? It's super uncomfortable, right? Like, do I have something in my teeth? Did I forget to put on pants this morning? Well, guess what? Dogs feel the same way about us. Staring is basically dog language for I'm gonna steal your food and or challenge you to a dominance battle. And nobody wants that, especially not me, because I am very small and will lose. So, if you're trying to make friends with a new dog, the last thing you want to do is loom over them and stare them down. That's just rude. Instead, try getting down on their level. Crouch down, look away, maybe even do a little yawn. It shows them you're not a threat. You know, be cool, like the Fonz, but with less leather and more belly rubs. And for the love of all things furry, please don't pat them on the head without letting them sniff your hand first. That's like rule number 1 of dog etiquette. Okay, this one is kind of a heartbreaker for anyone who didn't meet their dog as a tiny little fluff ball. Dogs form their strongest bonds during puppyhood, especially with whoever is feeding them, training them, playing with them, and basically being their best friend 24/7. It's like imprinting, but with less geese and more poop on the floor. So, if you were lucky enough to be there during your dog's formative years, congrats. You've probably secured a lifetime supply of doggy kisses and unconditional love. But if you adopted your dog as an adult, don't worry, it's not a lost cause. You can still become their favorite. It just takes a little more work, like a lot more work. Think gourmet treats, endless belly rubs, and maybe even learning how to speak fluent dog. Okay, maybe not that last one, but you get the idea. Number 4, love stinks in a good way. Okay, so we've all been there, right?
We don't want to make anybody feel terrible. Listen, what you do is far beyond anything anybody.
Look, I've never done this before, never, but I'm asking you, on behalf of Sarah and Hero.
Oh, look at that dog.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name's Sarah.
And who's this?
This is my dog, Hero.
Hello, Hero. And how old is Hero?
Hero's 5.
And what would you do if you won the show and the $1 million?
Honestly, I would use the money to show people how to train their dogs with positive reinforcement and have fun with them.
Well, listen, I'm really good luck and lovely to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Is that a sword?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a whole theme.
Yeah, she's a
Pirate.
Yes.
The Border Czar, Tom Homan, joins us tonight to talk about Minnesota as well as a number of other issues. And, sir, it's good to have you back on the show. Trump mentioning the Daily Mail reporting from 2020 that Ilhan Omar married her brother to get into the country. This was last week. Take a listen.
Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother.
In a cooked-up study,
it's a fraud.
6 amateur food critics love the
Calls that a fraud. It's a story that has never been successfully refuted, even though it's now a 5-year-old story. That's clearly a deportable offense. Is there an investigation into that?
You know, I just got advised by a fraud investigator the other day on that. I asked the question, who reviewed the file and says that there was immigration fraud involved. The statute of limitations became an issue in the last 4 years when this was first brought up. Who was president? Who ran DOJ? So pulling the records now, pulling the files, and we're looking at, but this fraud investigator, who I know personally, one of the best fraud investigators in HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, said there's no doubt he reviewed the file. So I'm running that down this week, matter of fact, and we'll see.
It's tremendous that, I mean, and according to the Secretary, Kristi Noem of DHS, she said nearly 50% of the visas are fraudulent in this community. I mean, that would mean that half the Somali refugees are here in some way illegally. What's going to happen? Is something actually going to happen? Are there going to be people stripped of their visas, deported? Are we going to see that?
Absolutely. I mean, those days are over. Thank God President Trump's in the White House. We're going to look at all of them. I mean, we're going to look at those here illegally, of course. We're going to look at those here under a visa, some sort of, immigration process that are criminals. We're going to look at national security threats. But those who came through a process that weren't properly vetted, who didn't provide documentation, who slipped through the Biden's weak processes on, giving visas and temporary, whether student visas or visitors visas or whatever. We're going the whole gamut. President Trump has instructed us to go down and we're going to deep dive all of this. And we're going to hold people accountable. So yes, there are going to be multiple deportations coming. Absolutely.
There's so many claims of a racist element to this story, and when we're talking about a certain subsection of refugees into this country, but it bears reminding the people that it wasn't very long ago at all that Americans expected that people that came to our country would contribute to the cause, would assimilate to our culture and to who we are. And we're just not seeing that at all in this community. We're seeing a community that's largely hostile to our culture, wants to bring in an Islamic culture into our nation, while doing so and staying vastly on the dole, on some kind of assistance, taking more than they contribute. Knowing all of that, here's Ilhan Omar on our immigration system under this president and the job that you're doing.
This is certainly not what the founding fathers of the American dream were thinking about when they said, that when they set out to rewrite the Constitution.
What's your reaction to that?
Unlike the Biden administration, we're following the Constitution. We're enforcing the law. We're not ignoring the law. And you're right. The proper, assimilation is important, and it's going to be required. Not only that, when they come here on a legal program, they're required to be self-sufficient. They have to prove they're self-sufficient. So a lot of them, first thing they're going to get here is get on the public dole. President Trump put his foot down, and like I said earlier, we're doing a deep dive on thousands and thousands of files, and we'll hold people accountable. And I'm so tired of them pulling the race card all the time, right. Because we're doing this racist. ICE has arrested people from 180 different countries. Europe, Asia, South America. Every color. They're not just arresting brown and black people. They're arresting people from all over the world. The immigration enforcement is colorblind. There's one thing that matters to us. Did they follow the immigration law? Are they here legally? Did they break the law once they became here, either illegally or legal? Doesn't matter. Yeah. So we're following the law. That's all that matters to us. Title 8 United States Code, Title 18 United States Code, the Immigration Nationality Act, what that says, we're enforcing without apology. That's the way it's supposed to be. As a member of Congress, she should respect that we're enforcing the laws that Congress enacted.
Yeah, and does anybody buy that the founding fathers were trying to set up a welfare state for African refugees in this country? I don't think anybody's believing that argument at all. I want to play our next mayor here in New York, Mamdani, giving out advice on how to evade you.
But we can all stand up to ICE if you know your rights. If you encounter ICE, these are the things that every New Yorker should know. First, ICE cannot enter into private spaces like your home, school, or a private area of your workplace without a judicial warrant signed by a judge. ICE is legally allowed to lie to you, but you have the right to remain silent. If you're being detained, you may always ask, "Am I free to go?" repeatedly until they answer you. You are legally allowed to film ICE as long as you do not interfere with an arrest.
Your thoughts on that?
We know the law better than anybody, and we're going to keep enforcing the law in New York. We're there today. We're there right now doing operations. We'll be there tomorrow. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're arresting public safety threats every day. And because we're forced in the community, because places like New York City is a sanctuary jurisdiction, when they force us in the community to find the public safety threat and national security threats, many times they're with others. Others that may not be a public safety threat, but they're in the country legally. Well, guess what? They're coming too. So Educate these people all you want. We know the law, and we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're breaking records every day. Already have historic deportation numbers. Already have an historic secure border. So we're going to keep pushing the Trump agenda, keeping Trump's promise to American people, make this country safe again, one illegal alien criminal at a time.
Last question, and it's something that we don't actually talk about too much because right now it feels unneeded because they're doing such a great job at the border. How's the wall going? I mean, is the wall going to be finished in this president's term when he leaves, and maybe we get a Democrat in 2028 potentially? Are we going to have a border that can't be, we're not going to have to worry about?
Contractors on the wall right now. That is the plan. Matter of fact, I'm leaving this week to go look at a couple of sections of the wall that are currently under construction. So yeah, thanks to Congress, that big beautiful bill, we got the wall funding. Contracts are signed and additional ones are being signed. We're going to finish that wall.
We're going to finish that wall. I love to hear that. Border Czar Tom Homan, good to see you, sir. Thank you.
You know, everybody's reporting the same stories, the same spin. You turn the channel, it's always the same. But not us. We're different. We report the real news. No spin, just the facts. Turn to us, and you won't turn back.
Tune in to Rob Schmidt tonight on Newsmax.
Hidden within my fridge is something disturbing. No, not the hand from my last victim. It's this egg sac called an ootheca. Inside are hundreds of tiny predators that in 4 months will look like this. An apex of the insect world. In this video, I'm attempting to raise a baby praying mantis. It won't be easy. Survival is almost impossible. Battles must be won, enemies defeated, and where there is life, there is death. And I'm keeping a juicy secret. What the? Our story begins on a sunny spring day while I was in the garden looking for bugs.
Many reports of increased depression and increased suicide. Now, I was debating a Harvard doctor about 6 months ago, and I brought this up because it's kind of obvious. Your serotonin, what produces your contentment and happiness, 95% is made in the gut. And again, the Ozempic essentially is gut dysfunction. So when you mess with the serotonin and mess with the gut, a lot of unexpected things happening. And very understandably, and really what's to be expected, is we're actually seeing reports of a mass increase in mental health disorders and even suicidal ideation from Ozempic. You know, kind of you just back up and ask, you know, this miracle drug is too good to be true. It's really coming through.
Wait, so you're saying there could be a downside? It's not perfect?
30% of people. But I want to say this, and I'm a libertarian. You know, I think people should be able to take Ozempic. I think most drugs should be legal, frankly. The problem is where the rubber really hits the road is there is an all-out assault to convince us that this is the appropriate drug. Again, this is the target market. This is why the stocks are popping and why Wall Street's going crazy. It's the biggest TAM, the biggest target market for any drug in American history. It's 80% of American adults. But it's being fast-tracked. You wouldn't believe this, but the American Academy of Pediatrics recently said that they recommend this as a first line of defense for teens. And the study basing that decision for the American Academy of Pediatrics to say that every obese or overweight teen, which is 50%, should take this drug, was a 68-week study. We had a 68-week study for a lifetime recommendation to 50% of teens in America to receive these injections.
So I guess nothing would surprise me coming from the American Academy of Pediatrics, which seems really like a bad one.
Yeah.
Given their performance. However, you just still have to wonder, how did that happen? That seems reckless. Like, how could a body like that, which has some residual moral authorities because of its name, how could they do that?
You are transitioning like perfectly into the third point, which is that the reason Ozempic, I think, is such a important story in America today is because it's really, again, it's the Rosetta Stone of understanding corruption. Our institutions, particularly the healthcare industry, has completely let us down. And you just step back and think about it. Pharma is the largest spender on TV news ads. It's the largest spender, Novo Nordisk specifically is the largest spender on foundational obesity research. It's the largest spender on medical-to-medical groups like the AAP. It's one of the largest funders of actual civil rights groups. So you actually can't even believe this, but Novo Nordisk is paying the NAACP to say that not supporting Ozempic is a civil rights issue.
So you're racist if you're against giving kids a diabetes drug?
It's on the NAACP website, and the NAACP is a registered lobbyist for Ozempic, saying that you are a racist because there's disproportionate issues with obesity in certain communities, that you're a racist for not supporting government funding for Ozempic. Of course.
And the NAACP takes money from the drug maker?
They're a registered lobbyist for the drug maker.
How can the NAACP be a registered lobbyist for anybody?
They have a lobbying organization. They have to declare who their lobbying clients are. And as reported in NPR very recently, they are registered as a lobbyist for Novo Nordisk. And on their website, they're saying it is an example of systemic racism to not support federal funding for Ozempic. So this is what I saw working for pharma. You just have to ask who people trust. People trust the medical groups, they trust civil rights groups, they trust the media. You have a situation where, additionally, Novo Nordisk, and this is reported, has given $30 million in direct bribes to obesity doctors. You would be hard-pressed to find a doctor who treats obesity in this country who has not received some kind of donation, not research grants, but direct consulting grants from Novo Nordisk.
Like just sending him cash?
Exactly. So
how can doctors take cash from drug makers?
Oh, this is what's done. The drug makers spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year in direct cash payments to doctors.
But you can't get the drug except with a script written by the doctor.
Yeah,
You need a prescription.
Who take direct consulting fees from.
How can that be legal?
This is what you watch things about the opioid crisis and how the opioid completes the same playbook. I actually, when I was working for pharma, the opioid crisis was in full effect, and there was a panel in 2012, and the panel was full of outside experts recommending guidance on opioids. The head of that panel was a man named Dr. Philip Pizzo, who was the dean of Stanford Med School at the time. He was a pain specialist. At the moment he was appointed to that panel, Stanford received a grant from Pfizer, who's one of the largest opioid makers, of $3 million for pain research. He appointed 90% of that panel, who are also conflicted, to receive direct research and personal consulting fees from opioid makers, and they relaxed opioid standards. This is exactly what's happening on obesity. You have Dr. Fatima Stanford, the head of obesity research at Harvard, paid tens of thousands of dollars by Novo Nordisk, just started a new...
Directly?
Direct, not to mention, of course, millions of dollars of research grants. She's been paid tens of thousands of dollars. There are no conflict of interest rules in medicine. Harvard is supporting her, and the NIH recently, it came out that 8,000 research grants went to university professors who also have a direct conflict of interest with the topic and the drug they're studying.
How can how can you be a physician, even a teaching physician, and do that? I mean, that's so obviously unethical.
It's so obvious, it's so omnipresent that this isn't discussed. I mean, you're saying this like it is obvious. It's manifestly obvious. You hear this, most Americans are outraged. This is like, you're swimming in water, you don't realize you're in water. This is how academia is. The food industry, if taking it to food, which is making us sick, spends 11 times more on foundational nutrition research than the NIH. Pharma is the lifeblood, right, of foundational scientific research in this country. And then you get to the NIH, of course, it's a revolving door between government and industry, and the vast majority of NIH grants go to pharma research. So the NIH is basically a grant-making organization, and this is just statistical, almost all going to research that has conflicts of interest with pharmaceutical drugs. The problem here is that every institution, all these institutions fundamentally make more money when we're sick. Ozempic doesn't cure obesity, it manages obesity for life, and that's a problem. Statins don't.
I'm sorry, I should have asked at the outset. You've made a couple references to it for life. Is that as advertised?
Oh, no, that's
so if I sign up for Ozempic tomorrow, the physician will tell me you got to take this forever.
Those are the instructions, yes. They admit that there's unknown metabolic problems if you go off. That's on the box. No, this is a lifetime injection. The key thing here, Tucker, and again, getting to the corruption, right? You're paying off the doctors, you're paying off the medical groups. 50% of TV news funding. I mean, you know, I think it's...
I've seen it.
Yeah, and you know, there's RFK's talked about this back in the day with Roger Ailes. When 50% of your bills, speaking the choir here, but 50% of your bills are paid by a certain interest, why didn't the news media have any curiosity during COVID why people were dying of COVID? Metabolically healthy people weren't dying of COVID. This is where the corruption and really where it all ties together.
I'm sorry, will you describe that in a little more detail?
We had probably the biggest event in American history since World War II, where we shut down the country, where we really, I think, showed our weakness just physically and mentally as Americans. You know, American COVID deaths were substantially higher than other countries. And research, you know, it's not argued, has come out saying that COVID was a foodborne illness. Dying of COVID was a foodborne illness. If you were metabolically healthy, if you had stable cholesterol, stable fasting glucose, weren't obese, you didn't die of COVID. COVID disproportionately, overwhelmingly, even among older people, affected people with comorbidities. And we're a lot sicker than that.
And the comorbidities were caused by eating bad food.
Comorbidities are obesity, heart disease, diabetes. Those are the main comorbidities. So if you did not have those, you were essentially not impacted by COVID and had an almost 0% chance of dying of COVID. So the media, though, right, who's heavily funded by pharmaceutical companies, didn't have any curiosity about that. Didn't have any curiosity, maybe this is a 9/11 moment, that we're not at our best as America, right? We are a sick, depressed, infertile population. Sperm count is down 50% in just the past generation. 25% of women now have PCOS, the leading cause of infertility. We are having trouble reproducing as a species. And these are all connected. And there was a moment to talk about this, but instead the media, the government institutions who are paid by pharma, pushed a pharmaceutical solution with trillions of dollars of airtime as the solution to our crisis. This was one of the greatest public policy mistakes in American history. What, after coming off of the worst public policy failure, I think one of the worst in American history with the COVID response on every level, you know, keeping the bars open and shutting down the schools, to pushing an effective pharmaceutical solution instead of root cause solutions. We're being asked to trust pharma when 80% of the American people, their bodies are like rebelling against them with obesity, which are clearly a sign of underlying issues, where Ozempic and daily, you know, weekly shots is not the root cause. This just on its face doesn't make sense. And then you trace the corruptions. Again, Ozempic is paying off everyone. They're one of the 5 largest funders, the company itself, one of the 5 largest funders of news ads, one of the top research funders of obesity research, largest funders to university on the obesity topic. And the thing that, you know, kind of ram home here, Tucker, is you just have to look where the money is. So if you actually look at the analyst reports that are propping up these stocks, they're assuming an increase in obesity. So you talk about all the, like the Novo Nordisk, largest company in Europe, they literally, where the money hits the road, where people are investing millions of dollars, they're assuming increased rates of obesity over the next 10 years in America. You actually, I was talking to a doctor at Harvard. They're underwriting a loan for a new obesity center where they can treat and issue Ozempic. Those loans have projections for growth of obesity. They're not projecting that increased Ozempic is going to decrease obesity. The loans that are underpinning these medical centers, if you go to any city in the country, the biggest, most beautiful building is you know, some kind of new pediatric, you know, obesity center or cardiology center. The loans assume increased rates of conditions. So fundamentally, we have the largest industry in the country, healthcare, not asking, imagine a leader saying, how do we reverse obesity? How do we cure obesity? They're not asking that. They're saying, how can we actually say obesity is not your fault? Oprah, who's involved with Weight Watchers, just apologized for preaching personal accountability over the past decades. She said it's not personal accountability. We're supporting Ozempic. This is becoming, obesity is becoming something.
You think Oprah got paid?
She's highly involved with Weight Watchers. Yeah, Weight Watchers has shifted from a personal accountability organization that it's been teaching for decades and is now a prescriber of Ozempic. They've totally changed because Ozempic is a better business model because you never go off.
This is insane. So maybe one of the reasons this is accepted, people don't see it as totally crazy, as I do. I don't take Advil, so all of this seems crazy to me. But the average, say, 65-year-old person in this country is on how many drugs?
About 7.
7. And not just intermittently, but like over
Chronic.
years.
Chronic. 90 plus percent of funding for medicine dollars is around chronic lifetime. So it's more recurring revenue.
So describe what that looks like the scale of it.
Yeah, I think again, we're so desensitized to this, we don't understand how crazy, how much of a failure it's been. Well, I'll give you an example, my mom. So my mom was 71 and went, for a checkup and was told by the doctor she was healthy. And she was actually at the time on 7 lifetime medications. So she was on, maybe a decade before, had high cholesterol, was prescribed a statin. And the message from the doctor was, no problem, most, the majority almost of people your age are on a statin, no problem, that's a rite of passage. Then she had high fasting glucose. Again, that's basically diabetes, which the majority of people have, metformin, one of the most prescribed drugs in the country, high blood pressure. So she has these comorbidities that are almost seems like rites of passage. It's a rite of passage for a man over 40 to be on a statin, the majority are. So these were all kind of normal things. So as we've treated everything in silos, that's a lie. Heart disease, diabetes, in many ways depression, Alzheimer's, they're branches of the same tree. We've actually lied, saying those are different conditions, seeing 4 different doctors for 4 different treatments that don't even talk to each other. So we're managing the symptoms instead of seeing those symptoms as a gift and realizing that we have a root cause metabolic crisis. That's why the more statins we prescribe, the more heart disease goes up. The more metformin we prescribe, the more diabetes goes up. The more SSRIs we prescribe, which are now 25% of women.
The higher the suicide rate goes.
We're seeing skyrocket. So we're siloing everything. And literally...
Wait, there's so many questions. Yeah. So 25% of women are on SSRIs?
We have a societal dynamic where 25% of women in the United States are on a medication. And I'm not just flatly anti-drugs, but this is a societal dynamic. We have 25% of women taking something that fundamentally numbs you out from reality. And we don't even blink an eye at that. And depression, mental health disorders, anxiety, suicide. Suicide is now the second leading cause of death for young adults. SSRIs are
after drug.
Yeah, and which I think could be related. And SSRIs, you talk to any high schooler now and look in the name, it's the first line of defense. I mean, it is prescribed like candy when
to children.
Oh, yes.
SSRI.
SSRI prescription rates are skyrocketing among teens. You talk to any high school counselor, anyone in any high school, this is the first line of defense when
I would never talk to a high school counselor.
Yeah, well, that's very smart. Yeah, they're skyrocketing among kids, and there's actually a black box warning on SSRI's label actually saying that it increases suicidal ideation among children, and they're widely prescribed to children. Not to mention the fact that 20% of high school seniors are on essentially methamphetamines, Adderall, which if you read the book Blitzed, actually traces the history. Adderall was developed by Nazi Germany as a tool for Nazi soldiers to be more aggressive, and now is prescribed widely along with SSRIs to kids.
One thing, I'm trying to keep track of everything you're saying, all of which is checkable, I assume, on the internet. Statin drugs are prescribed to the majority of American men over 40?
The last rate, I think 2019, the last study I said was 45%, and I think there's reports that now post-COVID it's close to 50%.
So what's the downside of statin drugs?
Oh, there's wild research coming out. I mean, the highest level, just even if the drugs don't have no side effects, heart disease isn't a statin deficiency. What statins, to me, at the most important level, represent that we have a moral hazard, right? Fundamentally, when you're prescribed that statin, you're told by the doctor that you're doing something. When you're prescribed the Ozempic, the doctor, Fatima Stanford on 60 Minutes, who's paid off doctor from Ozempic, said, throw willpower out the window. This is a brain disease. Food isn't the problem. It's a medical issue. Take Ozempic. Do not worry about what you're eating.
This is exactly what Purdue Pharma said about pain.
Yeah. So you have these messages. You have the statins. You're doing something. You now can eat what you want to eat. You wouldn't even believe this, but until 2018, and Dr. Robert Lustig, who's a hero of mine, has pointed this out, an endocrinologist at UCSF, the American Diabetes Association said that as long as you take your medications, you do not need to change your diet as a diabetic. So you literally have guidance from the American Heart Association, from the American Diabetes Association, now from the obesity industrial complex, saying that if you take these drugs, you're good. But that's a lie, because there's never been a drug in American history for a chronic condition that has lowered the rate of that chronic condition.
What's the cost of all that? Just diabetes?
Well, with diabetes, this is the root cause. Again, it's a misnomer to see this as an isolated condition. Almost 100% of people with Alzheimer's have prediabetes or diabetes. Diabetes is one of the...
Seriously?
Alzheimer's is now called type 3 diabetes. The most highest indicator you can have for dementia or Alzheimer's is some kind of blood sugar dysregulation. If you have normal fasting glucose levels, your chance of having any type of dementia is very, very low. The dementia is just highly tied. Again, I don't even like using the word diabetes. Our cells, diabetes is cellular dysregulation caused by our environment or food. Again, the majority of people in this country have some form of that happening inside their bodies because of our environment, and this is unprecedented. So diabetes is really the root cause. But if you just take diabetes, this is one of the biggest line items in the U.S. budget. We're spending, if you add up all the line items we're spending on healthcare just to manage diabetes, it's more than the defense budget.
The U.S. government spends more managing diabetes than it does on defense?
What is going? If you want to stack rank what would bring down the American Republic, it's not marginal rates of military spending. It's not what the marginal tax rate is. Our biggest line item in our budget, the biggest part of our economy, is healthcare, and it's also the fastest growing industry. Healthcare is the largest and the fastest growing industry in the United States. The bulk of that spending is coming from the government, and as it grows, it produces worse results. It is not slowing down. It's going to be 40% of the budget in about 15 years. And it's only growing. There's nothing stopping this trend. And as that's happening, we're becoming an infertile, depressed, sicker population at an almost exponential rate. We're going to see the existence of the country if we let that happen. And you look at the budget, and you look what's really going to destroy the budget in our country. Defense is a small part. It is healthcare costs. It is metabolic dysfunction.
And is diabetes the biggest?
Diabetes and prediabetes is the root of almost everything. You have very few people with heart disease, with many forms of cancer, with all these. This is the lie that's being told. My sister graduated Stanford Medical School. She could choose between 42 specialties. She was a head of medicine fellowship. Was going to the smaller part of the body, 1 millimeter. That's what doctors devote their lives to, like a little yeah. That's a lie. That's a lie. When she was cutting out sinus infection, right? She looked at a patient report and had 60 pages. They had prediabetes, they had depression, they had heart issues. She didn't speak to those doctors. She was never trained how the information that she's cutting someone's face open and taking out. Not once at Stanford Med School was she trained or even brought up why that person has information in the first place. That surgery, Medicaid will pay $20,000 for that, along with all the other comorbidities the patient has. We're training doctors, right? Medical schools, pharma companies, hospitals, doctors, nurses, insurance companies. They make money when people are sick for long periods of time. The way to do that is to silo them. That's why Ozempic is so important. Because obesity is not a siloed condition. Obesity is a visible example that we are losing our way as Americans. And treating that in a silo is just medically not going to work, and it's happening with corruption.
So, but it is, and I should just say I agree with everybody.
Yeah.
But even if I disagreed, it doesn't matter. I would say Ozempic is a response to an actual problem. You conceded that. So if Ozempic isn't the answer, what is?
If you were an alien that came down to Earth and saw what's happening, and I want to make this clear, what's happening specifically in America. I mean, our obesity rate, diabetes rate, heart disease rate, it's multiples more than some European countries in Japan. There's something unique happening with the environment in America. And if you came down, an alien that was smart, that kind of, had a veil of ignorance and looked around, and you saw 80% of Americans consuming such toxic things in their environment, that their bodies are literally, the cellular, is the visible result of cellular dysregulation. Obesity is literally the cells crying out for help and showing that they're dysregulated, which represents stuff happening invisibly in the body, such as all the chronic conditions we've talked about. If you look at that happening, highly related to mental health disorders, highly related to infertility, all connected, you would never say, let's keep everyone sick and give them marginal drugs. You would just never do that. We have been completely gaslighted by pharma. Elon, who I think is the most important American in the country, but has recently said these drugs are good. I think it's a little bit unlike him, because we're not analyzing the problem and assessing what the root cause solution is. And I think we've changed our reality. We've changed our perception of kind of what reality is based on pharma, thinking that these marginal tools. And we've lost our way, right? The drug for every condition in a siloed state hasn't worked. We're all getting sicker. We've totally lost our way. Peter Attia pointed out that if you control for infectious diseases, and acute things that would kill you right away, life expectancy really hasn't grown in the past 100 years. The almost 100% of life expectancy increase, which we all herald, is acute issues, things that would have killed you right away,
Right.
childhood mortality. If you actually, chronic
Polio, appendicitis, stuff.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
And so we actually have really lost our way. And if there's one moment to kind of, as a country, say, can we change course a little bit? It's this, because this is the biggest issue. This is 80% of Americans. It is going to, just do the math. In America, when drugs are prescribed widely, costs don't go down. You're not allowed to lower drug prices if they're prescribed widely. And the moment Ozempic is approved, which is an all-out battle to do for government funding, there's an incentive for every obesity doctor in the country to prescribe this to 80% of American adults and 50% of US teens. The government then can't tell the doctor what to prescribe. So you've got a $20,000 cost. This is $20,000. That price is not coming down. Do the math. 50 million, we have much more than 50 million obese people. 50 million is well over $1 trillion a year. This is why the stocks are going up, right? So the battle here, and this is my point to Elon and a lot of people, I want you to understand the battle is, what are we going to do societally about the metabolic health crisis?
And what should we do? Like, you're in charge. I know you said you're a libertarian, but let's just imagine you were a fascist and you could do whatever you wanted. What would you do?
It's not what I think the president can do numerous things tomorrow that will I think one of the biggest lies we're being told is this can't be turned around quickly. We did not have a metabolic health crisis a generation ago, and we can turn this around very quick. I don't think the American people are mass suicidal, frankly, which is what we're acting. We have an addiction crisis. I can give you a couple right now. The president tomorrow can tell the FDA that the US can no longer be the only country in the world that allows pharma ads on TV news, which isn't to influence to consumers, it's to influence the news. Pharma buys off the news. And the FDA can issue an order tomorrow saying that that's no longer the case, that we can't have pharma spending on TV news. That is an executive decision. It can be issued tomorrow, and it would totally undercut the ability of the pharmaceutical industry to control our information. Food stamps, the ag bill.
So you think that pharma, I'm sorry,
yeah,
you're throwing so,
yeah,
for my aging pizza-addled brain, it's hard to keep up. But you're saying that pharma buys TV spots not to convince people to ask for specific drugs from their physicians, but to subvert the news business?
This is an open secret working for pharma.
Well, I'd never even thought of that.
This is an open secret. The kind of silly ads you see between the news breaks, the points of that is not, it's marginally to impact the customer, but the pharma's already got that. They've already bought off the doctors. They're good on that. No, this is an open secret. The news ad spending from pharma is a public relation lobbying tactic, essentially, to buy off the news. The news is they're not investigating pharma.
I've noticed.
The news has become basically a referee that you were a terrible anti-science Luddite for asking why, the shots that we require our kids to get that fundamentally by their own advertising change the immune system of that child for life, why it's gone from 20 to 70. To even ask that question, the news referees that and calls you anti-science, when the two largest vaccine makers in the country are literally criminal enterprises. GlaxoSmithKline and Merck, in the past 5 years, has settled two of the largest criminal penalties in American corporate history for bribing doctors and creating misleading research, who are the two largest vaccine makers. So you literally have the media playing referee that you can't even ask a question. Parent is actually...
If you have a vaccine injury, and many people have, including some I know very well, even a profound vaccine injury, you're not allowed to complain about it.
No, you're anti-science.
Even if it can be shown to us that this is a vaccine injury.
The media plays referee because they're funded. But so in all levels, right? Wow. On all levels. And I'm not
very dark, Callie means.
Well, I think it's hopefully empowering. I think this is why we have an opportunity here, Tucker. Like Ozempic, this is not some like new, like, it's kind of this funny thing, like, it's kind of vain, I can lose weight. This is the reason the stocks are going up is because this is going to be a lot of government money. This is going to be the highest funded drug from the US taxpayer in history. We've got a society, when are we going to say, let's go another direction? Why are we trusting pharma now when they've been completely acting to garner no trust? We have to be basic here and incentivize better eating, better farming. Think about public policy with the $4 trillion we just spend on healthcare. How can Americans be more active? These are basic things, but these can be done. And just two more quick ones. I mean, there's 20 of these, but you just have to go to the incentives. You were surprised that the majority of university researchers and NIH grants go to conflicted researchers?
Yeah, I was shocked.
Tomorrow, the president could say, we're not going to touch NIH funding, but we're not going to issue grants anymore to people with conflicts of interest. That would sound like a reasonable policy to 95% of the American people. I think that's unimpeachable, bipartisan policy. It will cause a conniption. The media the next day, with their talking points, would say it's the most anti-science.
NIH funding.
Exactly. So you could do that. You could change ag subsidies, which are just tens of billions of dollars to process food. You could put restrictions on university conflicts of interest, which are essentially R&D labs for pharma. And I think a key one, Tucker, and we go back to the American Academy of Pediatrics, this isn't just some industry group. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Diabetes Association, and these medical groups have statutory authority to create the standard of care for how we practice medicine in the United States. They are funded majority by pharma. So the groups that literally have statutory power to create the standard of care for diabetes, you just step back. Why aren't doctors giving their patients prescriptions for food interventions if they have prediabetes? Why aren't they giving them and prescribing them and allowing them to use their medically, tax advantage dollars to exercise? If you actually follow the science, that would be the correct medical intervention to reverse that. But we're so gaslighted by this. It's just not even batting an eye that it's just pill, pill, pill. Americans follow incentives. It's what we're trying to do. TrueMed is a doctor actually can write a note for exercise and food. And that actually can open up medical tax advantage dollars and other insurance dollars. Doctors could do that, but the second you get someone off the chronic disease treadmill, that's not a profitable patient. There's nothing more profitable for the pharmaceutical industry than, frankly, a sick kid. You imagine a kid with prediabetes, inevitably they're obese, inevitably they have hypertension, inevitably they have heart issues. They're gonna be, like my mom, much earlier on just a ton of drugs, being told on each of those drugs that you're not curing anything. These are conditions you need to manage for life. So we're getting people, there's a war to get kids on that bandwagon. We need to have the moral clarity, frankly, and communicate this like RFK is communicating it. There's something really resonating, and at the core of his message is that we've really lost our way. This is a big issue. This is corruption. It's corruption at the end of the day, which is destroying and profiting off, destroying our kids, profiting on us being sicker and addicted and depressed, quite frankly. This is a big issue we need to unwind. And frankly, President Trump has made some strong statements about this. I'd say watching the GOP debate, it's like watching a bizarre world. I mean, Rome is burning in a lot of ways. We have a corruption problem, and it sounds like they're at some cocktail party in 1988, GOP cocktail party. It's not about the marginal tax rate. It's not about the Medicare Part D, page 300. Our biggest industry, the healthcare industry, is profiting from us being sick. It's just that simple. We need to unwind that, or we're going to destroy our human capital and destroy our budget.
If people have come to the end of this conversation and want to learn more, I never do this, but I think it's worth it with you for sure. How can they learn more about your views on this? How can they learn more about these issues? What would you recommend?
Well, as we talked about, this is my life's passion with my sister, who was a doctor who left the system. And I'll announce it right now. I've helped her write a book that's just put on Amazon today. called Good Energy, Unwinding and Unpacking These Issues Using Her Experience in Medicine. We put our heart and soul into that book to really unwind these issues, which we think are the most important issues in the country. And then my company is TrueMed.com, and we help write food prescriptions. I mean, it's our company, but I want to say that I think it's the most important issue in the world. What we need to do is doctors need to follow the science. Doctors need to, when somebody has a metabolic condition, explain to them and incentivize them to practice better eating, to exercise. People listen to doctors. When we were told the food pyramid to eat carbs, we ate carbs. When we were told to take vaccines, we took vaccines. When we were told to stop smoking, smoking rates plummeted. We need every doctor and every medical leader, and frankly, I hope leaders like Elon who care about human capital and our potential, to say we need to unwind this and we need to get back to root causes in America and talk about food, talk about exercise, talk about sleep. You can transform your life. These policies would transform things. You can change your biomarkers in 3 months if you go on a functional medicine type program and really have curiosity about what you're eating, your behavior. What if we had that message from our medical leaders? So we're working on that with TrueMed, and I'm on Twitter, which I have mixed feelings about, but talking about this on my Twitter, Callie Means.
Callie Means, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Free speech is bigger than any one person or any one organization. Societies are defined by what they will not permit. What we're watching is the total inversion of virtue.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Hello. Some new faces in here today. As we approach the end of the year, it is a great time to reflect on how much progress our country has made under President Trump's bold leadership. Given the complete mess that President Trump inherited from Joe Biden and radical left Democrats in Congress, what this administration has accomplished since January 20th has been nothing short of remarkable. While most politicians promise big on the campaign trail and break those promises once they get into office, President Trump promised big and has delivered even bigger. On the economic front, after inheriting the worst inflation crisis in over 4 decades, President Trump's pro-growth policies are making tremendous progress to make America affordable again. Under the painful Biden years, inflation reached a record high 9% and devoured Americans' purchasing power. In President Trump's term thus far, inflation has dropped to an average of just 2.7%, marking critical progress. The Trump administration is working hard every single day to bring down the cost of living through bigger paychecks and lower prices. Real wages are finally on the rise again and on pace to increase to roughly $1,200 for the average American worker this year. To put that into perspective, real wages declined by almost $3,000 under the Biden administration. That means Americans right now are on track already to make up 1/3 of the $3,000 in lost wages under Joe Biden. There's much work to do, but this has already been significant progress. President Trump has also delivered resoundingly on his promise to end Joe Biden's insane war on American energy and make sure our country has reliable and affordable energy produced right here at home. As a result, the nationwide average for regular gas just fell to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. According to data from Gas Buddy released on Monday, average gas prices have now dipped below $3 per gallon in 37 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 22 states, and below $2.50 per gallon in 5 states. Just a few years ago, we saw record high price gas of nearly $5 per gallon. American families faced constant pain at the pump, and those costs caused the price of everything else to go up as well. In fact, the average cost for a gallon of regular gas in the country was the most expensive price during a presidential term in U.S. history under Biden's disastrous leadership, even with them recklessly draining our strategic reserves to try and artificially decrease prices. But thanks to President Trump, those days are long behind us. In the months ahead, Americans can expect prices to fall even further. We know that when gas gets cheaper, everything else gets cheaper too, and that's what this president is focusing on. Americans can also expect another boost to their bank accounts in the months ahead, as 2026 tax refund season is upon us after the holidays, and it's projected to be the largest ever, thanks to President Trump's passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. According to recent analysis from Piper Sandler, when Americans file their taxes early next year, their refunds could be about 1/3 larger than usual, or roughly an extra $1,000 per filer. That is money straight into the pockets of the American people. It's only because of President Trump and Republicans' leadership that Americans will now pay no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. President Trump and Republicans believe hardworking Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned money, but Democrats, on the other hand, every single one of them, voted against these massive tax cuts. So remember that the next time Democrats try to talk about affordability. Democrats don't have a single clue about how to make America more affordable. They just spent the last 4 years creating the very affordability crisis that President Trump is fixing right now. And if given the chance of power ever again, the Democrats will implement those same policies and jack inflation right back up to where it was. Finally, at the border, President Trump has restored America's sovereignty and made our country safe again. This is the single greatest and fastest national security victory in modern American history, and it's not even close. The latest preliminary numbers released from the month of November show we have the most secure border in our nation's history. This is a remarkable achievement. November encounters came in even lower than the previous historic low in October, if you can believe it. There were only 30,367 total encounters nationwide. That's lower than the previous record set in October. And for the 7th consecutive month, U.S. Border Patrol released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Let me repeat, 7 months of 0 illegal aliens being released into our country. This is a historic achievement, and it's one that every law-abiding American citizen should be grateful for. At this point, in 10 months under President Trump's unmatched leadership, we've seen less apprehensions overall than we saw in just 1 month under Joe Biden. Again, let me repeat, in 10 months under President Trump, we've seen less apprehensions at the southern border than we saw in 1 month under the previous president. Again, remarkable results. All in all, the economy is back on track and ready to boom over the next 3 years. Biden's inflation crisis is over. Prices are coming down. Wages are rising. The border is fully secure, and America's best days are to come. President Trump has kept his word and delivered for the American people over the past year, and he will not stop fighting, as you heard from him directly this week, until our country and every state in this country is better than ever before. So with that, I will take your questions today. I know there's a lot of news. We'll start with our new media seat. Mr. Bowling, it's great to see you here. He's of Real America's Voice. He's also the host of Edge, his interview and commentary podcast. Please, Eric, why don't you kick us off?
Caroline, thank you very much for this and inviting me to the new media seat. As you point out, affordability crisis, it strikes me energy prices have been coming down aggressively since President Trump's second term, approaching $55 a barrel for oil. Gasoline, as you point out, under $3 a barrel nationally, first time in 5 years. By the way, that $55 barrel oil is about half of the peak under the last 4 years of the last administration, half the price. Wholesale prices come down, yet affordability crisis, a lot of the folks in this room, a lot of legacy media, some people in the front row, seem to want to call this an affordability crisis right now, forgetting the fact that over the last 4 years prior, we hit 9% inflation. Wages, as you point out, were stagnant at best, sometimes had dipped. That's a real affordability crisis there, but they weren't really calling it that then. You point out how President Trump is changing the affordability in America, but how will he ensure that the legacy media doesn't flip the script and change it so that they're using affordability as their word, their idea, versus what the American people who know much better?
Yeah, well, it's a great question, Eric, and it's a point of frustration for the president and for myself, I will say. That's part of the reason I just kicked off this briefing today, setting the record straight with facts about the economic mess that the president inherited from his predecessor, Joe Biden. And he's focused on digging our country and our economy out of that hole every day. Things are getting better, and they will continue to. And President Trump understands better than any politician in this city the pain that the American consumer has been feeling for years now because of the last administration's policies. You heard him in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania this past week campaigning and talking to these voters saying, I was elected to fix this problem and I am fixing it. Don't forget who created it, and that's the Democrats. And I think when you hear the president talk about affordability, he's saying the Democrats are the greatest con artists in history because they are now trying to claim ownership of an issue that they created. And every data point and every economic metric does in fact show that the economy is improving. And so I do wish more people would report on those facts. I do wish that more people would remind the American public how we got here and why. It does not mean this president is discarding the feelings of the American people. He gets it better than anyone, which is why his entire administration has been focused on the issue of the economy and energy prices since day one.
If I may
Sure.
follow up. It's reported that around 10,000 commercial driver's license operators have been pulled by your transportation secretary department. Will the president apply that same metric? For the reason was the operators weren't speaking or reading English to a level that was safely, people thought they would safely be able to operate trucks on our roadways. It's estimated in California around 40% of Uber drivers, Uber and Lyft drivers, don't speak English proficiently, and the number's 45% in Minnesota. Will this same rule or metric apply to the gig economy like Uber and Lyft?
So I don't have any announcements on further regulations, if you will, from the Department of Transportation with respect to this issue. However, I will just reiterate the Trump administration's position is that truck drivers, particularly those driving big rigs on our nation's road and highways, who have a great responsibility to keep the American public and their fellow citizens safe, should be speaking English and should have an ability to read English proficiently. I think that's a very common sense policy to have, and we've unfortunately seen, and the Department of Transportation has uncovered and is actively working to fix these state-sponsored commercial trucking driver licenses, which were going to people who are not qualified to be driving these massive trucks on American roads, and they're endangering the lives of our fellow citizens. We've unfortunately seen many vehicle accidents across the country where people have lost their lives because of drivers that were just simply unqualified to be driving these trucks. So I know this is something DOT and Secretary Duffy take very seriously. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Based on the way that things stand right now, is Operation Southern Spear about drugs or is it about oil?
What I will tell you, Peter, is that the Trump administration is focused on doing many things in the Western Hemisphere. The president has taken a new approach that has not been taken by any administration for quite some time to actually focus on what's going on in our own backyard. And there are two things that are very important to this administration. Number one, stopping the flow of illegal drugs into the United States of America, which we know has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. The president promised on the campaign trail that he would demolish the foreign terrorist organizations and drug cartels around the world, especially right here in our own hemisphere, and you have seen that he is delivering on that promise. With respect to the oil and what happened yesterday, the Department of Justice requested and was approved for a warrant to seize a vessel because it's a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil to the IRGC, which you know is a sanctioned entity. So the president is committed to stopping the illegal flow of drugs into our country. He's also fully committed to effectuating this administration's sanction policy, and that's what you saw and the world saw take place yesterday.
And because you said the president is trying to do a lot of things at once, he talks a lot about how he thinks the way to bring down prices for everything would be to bring down the cost of energy. Would he use this seized Venezuelan oil to try to help Americans with affordability here in the United States?
Well, what I can tell you right now, the vessel has been seized, as you know, and the Department of Justice did that in conjunction with the Coast Guard and the Department of War. The vessel is currently undergoing a forfeiture process right now. The United States currently has a full investigative team on the ground on the vessel, and individuals on board the vessel are being interviewed and any relevant evidence is being seized. With respect to the oil, That's a different issue. As you know, Peter, the vessel will go to a U.S. port, and the United States does intend to seize the oil. However, there is a legal process for the seizure of that oil, and that legal process will be followed.
And just my last one on this. If President Trump launches a bigger military campaign in the Caribbean, is he jeopardizing a possible Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, the president has proven over the past year that he is more than worthy of the Nobel Peace Prize. I think he's been nominated for it nearly 100 times this past year, which is definitely a record. He's solved, I think, 9 conflicts around the world. We are up to now. He's actively working on the Russia-Ukraine war, which is the big one as we speak, and has been over the past year. With respect to any additional action in Venezuela, I'm definitely not going to get ahead of the president or the United States military. Mary.
It now seems all but certain that the Obamacare subsidies will expire at the end of the year. It means more than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their health care costs to soar. Is the president prepared to let this happen, or is he going to step in?
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same. As you have seen, Senate Republicans put forth their own legislation earlier this week. As for the subsidies that are set to expire, I would like to remind you and everybody at home why this is on the brink of happening. Democrats wrote Obamacare. They passed it without a single Republican vote, and then they ballooned it with these expensive COVID subsidies that completely distorted the health insurance market. And then they doubled down, extending those subsidies and setting their own expiration date right now in 2025, which the administration is obviously well aware of, and we are working, the president is working with his healthcare policy team here at the White House, as well as Republicans on Capitol Hill, to find a solution.
You said he's working to find a solution. He wants to see a solution to lower health care costs.
He does.
But these subsidies are expiring at the end of the year. So what is the plan, and what is he going to do to put this in place in the next 2-3 weeks?
You'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that very soon. As for wanting a solution to lower healthcare costs, I'm glad you said it, because the president is doing just that. He has made unprecedented progress towards lowering healthcare costs in this country and drug prices. He's secured numerous most favored nation drug price deals, with many more to come. As you know, the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cut, significantly expanded access to health savings accounts for those on Obamacare. Again, a Democrat written program and approved program, which has led to higher healthcare costs in this country. So it goes back to the issue of affordability. Democrats are now pretending they want a solution to this issue, but they created the problem. The president and Republicans are currently coming up with creative solutions and ideas to lower healthcare costs for the American people, and you'll continue to hear more from them on that.
Before these subsidies expire?
I just said you're going to continue to hear more from the president and Republicans on this issue, I'm sure. Sure, Bloomberg, go ahead.
The president said he was going to be holding a call with the leaders of Thailand and Cambodia. Have those calls taken place? Is there a readout you can share?
The president has not yet engaged in those calls, and when he does, I'm sure you'll hear from him directly, as you always do, after foreign leader calls or from somebody here at the White House. I do know, with respect to the conflict in the peace deal in Thailand and Cambodia and some of the conflicts you've seen arise, reports of that in the press over the past couple of days. The president addressed it in Pennsylvania. The administration is obviously tracking this at the highest levels and is very much engaged. I spoke with Secretary Rubio about it this morning.
And will senior U.S. officials be meeting Saturday with European and Ukrainian officials to discuss the peace plan?
Look, the United States and the Trump administration continues to be very much engaged in trying to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end. The president had a call with Europeans yesterday. His special envoy Witkoff and his team continue to talk with both sides literally as we speak. If there is a real chance of signing a peace agreement, if we feel like those meetings are worthy of someone on the United States' time this weekend, then we will send a representative. It's still up in the air whether we believe real peace can be accomplished and we can truly move the ball forward. The president is extremely frustrated with both sides of this war, and he's sick of meetings just for the sake of meeting. He doesn't want any more talk. He wants action. He wants this war to come to an end. And the administration has spent more than 30 hours, just in the past couple of weeks, meeting with the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Europeans and speaking with them as well. So we'll see about the meetings this weekend, and stay tuned.
President Zelensky's latest proposal that was sent over yesterday.
He's aware of it, yes. else. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. The Fed chairman, the president says that he's interviewing candidates. So I just want to be clear. So the pick has not been locked in, and could we get an announcement before Christmas?
I know every business outlet in the world is just chomping at the bit for a scoop or something on this Fed chair announcement. I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I know there's been a lot of reports about potential meetings this week with potential candidates. Look, as always, this is a decision the president himself is going to make. And I know there's a lot of reporting out there from anonymous sources who claim to know something. I would wait and see what the president himself does and announces, and I certainly won't be the one to get ahead of him on that.
On the economy, can I ask you about a
On the next Fed chair, does the president have an expectation that his pick will lower interest rates next year to his liking?
I think the president has been quite clear about what he believes the Fed should be doing, which is lowering interest rates. I know there was a quarter-point reduction this past week, and the president was pleased to see that, but he thinks more should be done. Philip.
On these advanced NVIDIA H200 chips, why is the president willing to allow China to have access to one of America's chief technological advantages?
Look, I will tell you just a couple of things. The president put out his own statement on this, which I do think highlights his exact thinking. What you see from the president on Truth Social is most of the time what you hear from the president behind closed doors privately. He told President Xi that NVIDIA will only be shipping H200 products to approved customers in China under conditions that will allow for continued strong national security. The administration continues to maintain a strict export control regime, and we are ensuring that the Blackwell chip and other advanced technologies stay right here in America, and these H200 chips will only be sent to China after undergoing a security inspection here in the United States. Elizabeth.
New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mondani put out a video recently telling immigrants in New York City they have the right to stand up to ICE. Are you concerned this will inspire New York City residents to resist ICE operations, and what will the Trump administration do if this happens?
The Trump administration is definitely concerned about the rise in violence, in attacks, in physical threats that we have seen against our brave men and women who wear the ICE uniform. Again, these are agents who are just simply doing their jobs. They are enforcing our nation's immigration laws, and we've seen more than a 1,000% increase in violent attacks on them and their families. They've been doxxed, they've been harassed, many of them have been physically assaulted and attacked. So we condemn that wholeheartedly. I know the administration has done a lot to protect our ICE agents, and the president stands firmly behind them in conducting these enforcement operations. And there's a lot of talk from Democrat politicians in New York, but the Trump administration will continue to do our jobs in every state, and that's to remove illegal aliens and public safety threats from American communities. Sure.
Thank you.
I'll go to the gentleman who's very eager, and then to you.
Thank you so much. Obviously, Jasmine Crockett, who the president has openly criticized, just entered Texas's Senate race. I asked Mike Johnson, who said that Texas largely supports the president. Crockett, on the other hand, says that Trump is an example of extremism. She says that her support is a referendum on Trump. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. And has Trump made any statements since she's announced her candidacy?
Not to my knowledge, as you know from the White House podium, as a government employee, I'm not privy to comment on future elections, but I do think the president has made his thoughts on Ms. Crockett quite clear, and I do believe he thinks she is wholly unqualified for the office that she is seeking. Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. A federal judge today ordered the immediate release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from ICE detention. Does the White House have a response to that, and does the administration plan to appeal that decision?
Absolutely. The White House, the administration opposed this activism from a judge who is really acting as a judicial activist, which we've unfortunately seen in many cases across the country. Abrego Garcia is present in our country illegally. He is a proven human trafficker. He is a proven gang member. The administration has evidence of that. And as you saw from the Department of Homeland Security, they issued a statement saying they'll continue to fight this legal battle in court. Caitlin.
Questions. I have one on Venezuela to follow up, but first on affordability, since we were talking about the economy at the beginning. If the economy is as strong as the president has said it is, then why is he telling parents 2 weeks before Christmas that they should only buy 2 or 3 dolls for their children?
Look, what the president is saying is that if we want products made right here in America, if we want them to be made from American small businesses, which is a large part of the reason the president has effectively implemented tariffs, then we're going to have better quality products right here in the United States. Maybe you'll pay $1 or $2 more, but you will get better quality and you'll be supporting your fellow Americans by buying American, and that's what the president was saying. Again, with respect to affordability, every economic metric, Caitlin, and I wish you would report more on it, does in fact show that the economy is getting better and brighter than where it was under the previous administration. I will repeat, inflation as measured by the overall CPI has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. Real wages are increasing, roughly $1,200 for the average worker. Gas prices are down in almost every single state across the country. Again, in 22 states, it's below $2.75. You look at the tax cuts, those are going to go into effect next year. So the best is yet to come. The president is digging our country out of the economic hole that the previous administration put us in, and that's what he's talking about.
As you know, and grocery prices have been up. So we've covered the economy, but there's mixed signals in terms of what that looks like. But on
inflation is down from where it was. As measured by the overall CPI, it has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. This is down from what the president inherited. The president inherited 2.9% in January. Today it's at about 2.5%. So we're trending in the right direction with more to come. And I would remind you, when President Trump left office in his first term, inflation was 1.7%. And the previous administration jacked it up to a record high 9%. So again, in 10 months, the president has clawed us out of this hole. He's kept it low at 2.5%. And we believe that number is going to continue to decline, especially as energy and oil prices continue to decline as well.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer, but I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was, well, and the previous administration said that too. My predecessor stood up at this podium and she said, inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure, and people like you just took her at her word, and those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth backed by real factual data, and you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president. Go ahead. I'm not going to take your follow-up. Go ahead.
Is the White House optimistic about the upcoming redistricting vote in Indiana, and what happens if it fails?
We'll see how the vote plays out. That's a political matter and, frankly, a legal one, and I won't comment on it here. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm going to go back to the Fed. I have two topics I just want to address with you. The first one on the Fed. The president did say yesterday that he was meeting with Kevin Warsh.
This is your favorite story in the world, Brian.
It is our favorite story. The president said yesterday he was meeting with Kevin Warsh to talk about the Fed chair, interview for a Fed chair role. Can you just say how that interview went with him?
I won't comment on private meetings without the president's approval to do so.
Okay. And the second thing is on the Netflix Warner Brothers deal. The president did address this also yesterday. He said that he believes that the sale of CNN should be attached to that deal with Netflix or with Paramount if anything happens down the road with them. Can you just explain what the president's planning to do going forward to continue to make that case similar to what he made yesterday?
Well, I think the president's comments yesterday about the sale of CNN and new leadership is evidenced by my exchange with the CNN reporter in this room. Their viewership has gone down, their ratings has declined, and I think the president rightfully believes that network would benefit from new ownership. With respect to this deal, he has great respect for both companies who are bidding against one another, and I won't weigh in any further than that. In the back, go ahead.
Thank you.
I wasn't calling on either of you, but I'll take both your questions and then to you. Go ahead.
I have two questions. One is South Korea, one on Japan. First question, the recent U.S.-South Korea trade fact sheet made no mention of agricultural product. Does the United States want to completely open its rice and beef market to South Korea? And second question on Japan. China is using its military power to surround Okinawa, Japan. Is the United States concerned about the military conflict between China and Japan? And what action will the United States take?
Okay. To your first question on South Korean beef export to South Korea, I will check with our trade team and we will get you an answer on that. To your second question with respect to Japan and China, The president has a phenomenal relationship with the new Prime Minister of Japan, as you know. He was pleased to meet her when we went to Asia a couple of months ago, and they have spoken a few times since. They continue to be engaged with one another, and Japan is a great ally of the United States, as evidenced by their personal relationship and our continued trade relations with Japan. With respect to China, the president also has a good working relationship with President Xi, which he believes is a good thing for our country, and he believes that the United States should be in a position to have a good working relationship with China while maintaining our very strong alliance with Japan. Go ahead.
Yesterday, President Trump was speaking about drug production in Colombia. He said that the president of Colombia better wise up or he's gonna be next. What was he meaning exactly? And the other thing is that President Gustavo Petro of Colombia responded to that statement by issuing a formal invitation to President Trump to go to Colombia and to see firsthand how the authorities in Colombia are fighting against drugs. Do you think that President Trump would consider that?
Well, that's very interesting. I hadn't heard the news about that invitation. I will let the president speak directly to it on whether or not that's something he would entertain. But as for his comments yesterday towards President Petro, he has been saying some very alarming and frankly insulting things towards the United States of America, and the president doesn't like it. Yes, in the blue.
Caroline?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The president's been spotted out and about a number of times with bandages on his hands. Could you please explain what that is about? Secondly, he noted on Truth Social the other day that he had aced 3 cognitive tests. Could you please clarify when those tests took place?
I can do that at a later date. I obviously don't have that in front of me. The president has spoken about that quite extensively throughout the years. As for the bandages on the hand, we've also given you an explanation for that in the past. The president is literally constantly shaking hands. The Oval Office is like Grand Central Terminal. He is meeting with more people than any of you even know about on a daily basis. He's also on a daily aspirin regimen, which is something his physical examinations has said in the past as well, which can contribute to that bruising that you see. Sure.
To say the administration is taking a more active look at the oil industry in Venezuela, whether targeting other oil ships or perhaps Venezuelan oil production facilities in Venezuela.
Well, I won't broadcast any future actions from the administration, but I will just reiterate that the Trump administration is executing on the president's sanction policies and the sanction policies of the United States. And we're not going to stand by and watch sanctioned vessels sail the seas with black market oil, the proceeds of which will fuel narco-terrorism of rogue and illegitimate regimes around the world. Andrew?
Two for you. First, when the president announced the farm relief program the other day, Secretary Rollins afterwards, right out there, told us that the program would be paid for by the Commodity Credit Corporation, an existing program. The president keeps saying that it's being paid for by tariff revenue. Why does he keep saying that if the secretary who's running the program says that's not the case? And also about his doll comments from the other night. The president's a billionaire. He's probably the wealthiest person to ever serve as president. Is it a good look for him to be telling parents, oh, you should only buy, 2 or 3 dolls for your kids, when he's one of the wealthiest people in the country running the government?
Do you think the people in that room in Pennsylvania who the president was speaking to don't know the president's a billionaire? I think that's a very well-established fact. And actually, I think it's one of the many reasons they reelected him back to this office, because he's a businessman who understands the economy and knows how to fix it. And he's doing it right now just like he did in his first term. Sure, go ahead. To the gentleman behind you, Andrew, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. On Gaza, we heard the president say yesterday that the Board of Peace members are going to be announced early next year. What is the administration doing to move the parties in the region closer toward phase 2 of his peace plan for Gaza?
Sure. Well, first of all, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight what a success it is that 10 months into the president's administration, you're asking me about a peace plan in Gaza, because that's a legitimate reality on the ground right now in the region, and it's only because of this president's leadership that was able to take place, that all the living hostages were returned. All but one body of the deceased hostages has been returned, and we're still, of course, working on the last one. As for this next phase of the peace process, there is a lot of quiet planning that's going on behind the scenes right now for phase 2 of the peace deal. And when the United States is ready to make those announcements public on the Board of Peace, the ISF, and the Palestinian technocratic government, we will be making those announcements at the appropriate time. But the reason that, you know, the negotiators and the teams on the ground have been rather quiet about this is because I spoke with them this morning. They are trying to be deliberate and thoughtful about this. Peace in Gaza, in the Palestinian Strip, is something, the Gaza Strip rather, is something that people have been trying to accomplish for 70 years. So, you know, this is a complex problem, and this administration wants to be very thoughtful about it, and we want to ensure an enduring and lasting peace. And when those announcements are ready, they will be made. Sure.
Thank you. There have been reports that Vladimir Putin called Maduro today to reaffirm his support. I wanted to ask if it is concerning to the president that Putin has given such a warm embrace to Maduro.
I don't think that would be concerning to the president at all, no. I'll let him speak on it further.
Spoken to Putin about that?
He has not spoken to President Putin today, and I understand that call took place this morning, so the answer is no.
About the ACA, but just first very quickly clarifying Hazel's question. You acknowledged that CPI in January when you took office was 3%, and in September, the last month for which we have data, it was also 3%, so inflation.
No, it's 2.5%.
Not in September, it was 3%.
2.5%, the average CPI right now. I have it in front of me. In President Trump's first 8 months in office, inflation as measured by the overall consumer price index has slowed to a 2.5 average pace. This is down from the 2.9% inherited in January.
So January is 1 month.
Kelly, in the back.
Can I ask you about the ACA really quickly? There are a number of plans that are floating around on the Hill right now having to do with these premium subsidies that are about to expire. Which plan does the White House support?
Again, I have told you now a few times that the president and the Republicans will continue to unveil creative ideas and solutions to the healthcare crisis that was created by Democrats. And I know Chuck Schumer is putting up a vote today. This is a political show vote. Chuck Schumer is not sincerely interested in lowering healthcare costs for the American people. He's putting this vote on the floor knowing that it will fail so he can have another talking point that he can throw around without any real plan or action. If Chuck Schumer actually wanted to lower healthcare costs, I'm sure the president would welcome him and his entire Democrat caucus to a legitimate coordination on the president's policies of bringing down drug prices, these most favored nation deals. Why hasn't Chuck Schumer ever come out in support of those? Those are going to legitimately, they already are, lower drug prices for the American people. And not a word from Chuck Schumer on it. So I think that just proves this is completely political. Kelly, go ahead.
On Venezuela, does the president consider the seizure of the oil tanker an escalation or a step towards war with Venezuela?
I think the president considers the seizure of the oil tanker as effectuating the administration's sanction policies, which I've already discussed previously.
Potential invasion or potential land strikes in Venezuela aligned with the president's supporters, the MAGA base, does it risk the potential for a prolonged war and U.S. troops involved in that?
Prolonged war is definitely not something this president is interested in. He's been very clear about that. He wants peace. He also wants to see the end of illegal drugs being trafficked into the United States and taking the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans across our country. And he's thinking about that every day here at the White House. With every drug vote that is taken out by this administration, we are saving thousands of lives by deterring those drugs and stopping those drugs from flowing into our country. You will all, excuse me, you'll all hear, excuse me, you will all see the president tonight. He'll be making remarks at the Congressional Christmas Ball, which will be taking place here at the White House. And later this afternoon, he will be signing some congressional bills and executive orders that we, as always, will keep you apprised of. Thanks, guys.
The opposite, but I don't see too much. I have two special people. And I've seen that, I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altamir Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary Scott Bassett, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before, but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And Michael and Susan came to see me along with Brad, and they said, you know, this is an idea. And I said, I think, you know, it sounded just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business, because they're unique. Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to, an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right? We hope. And, but it will. And they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total, and as a total contribution. That's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here, give me a hand. And let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that, and we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that, but I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill, they say, ever passed. And you know, if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18 and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan, I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th of next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, even a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.25 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both, and I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you.
$6.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that, you know, Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then, and it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And, you know, we believe the smartest investment that we can make is investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account, and I had, I think, about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan, and you give them a quarter, and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the Privilege of being here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Brad,
well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act, and everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the President placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted. But I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan, who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera, the list goes on. And every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists. But I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, you know, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
I think the secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer. People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system, they want to make it better. So I think we will look back on today and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Dell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of you on the Treasury, we'll be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the homepage that has a basic outline. These will become operational on July 5th of this year. And we will have families start signing up for them. So, and that homepage will answer all the questions on eligibility and investments. And then finally, today we're here on Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan have led the way, but I think that there's a chance that every Tuesday can become Giving Tuesday as more and more philanthropists see the power of this, of giving to American families, giving to American children, and giving everyone a stake in our great economy. So thank you very much.
I'll be brief. There's a lot of symbolism here today. Right here on the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the greatest nation by any objective measure. We're the most free, most powerful, most successful, and most benevolent nation that's ever been. And I think what you're seeing here is another exhibit of that. This idea, this vision came about because Brad and a couple of smart guys came up with this idea, and then took a few years to sell the idea to everybody. And then these visionary legislators over here, Senator Ted Cruz and Blake Moore in the House and Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Chair, really caught the vision. And we put it into the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We've been saying all along that was drafted to really help lower and middle class earners in America. And this is one of the great features. One of the perils of having the big, beautiful bill and having it all in there together, the President and I have talked about many times, is that there's so many great things in that legislation, we don't have enough time to talk about all of it. So we need a moment to really focus on this. Giving Tuesday is a perfect time to do it. And it's absolutely perfect, I think, that July 5th becomes the operational date right after the nation's birthday. So what we're going to see here is a model that I don't think anyone has done anywhere in the world. They wouldn't have the capability to do it. They wouldn't have philanthropists and great Americans with big hearts like this who've earned their way and really fulfilled the American dream. And they have a vision and a desire for more and more people to do that. And so now, more and more Americans will. It kind of evens the playing field in a way, right? And everybody has an opportunity. So we're just excited to be a part of it, grateful to the vision, grateful to a president who leads from the front, who understands the potential of something like this. And this will be one of the many marquee achievements of the Trump administration. This will be one that people remember for a long, long time. And I think it can change the country. So thanks, Mr. President. Thanks, Brad, all of you for being a part. Thank you to the Dells. Really amazing. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Ted, please.
Well, I want to congratulate all the men and women up here. And, Mr. President, I think objectively on the merits, the case can be made that there has never been a president who's had a greater positive impact on the children of America than you have. And in particular, in this one big, beautiful bill, I think the two most long-lasting and far-reaching provisions are, number one, the school choice provision that you signed into law that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars to scholarships to low-income kids all over the country and is going to change the lives of millions of kids. And the second provision is this provision right here, the Trump accounts. These Trump accounts, starting on July 4th, every child in America will have a personal investment account opened for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax-advantaged account. That money will be invested in the S&P 500 in the stock market, broad-based equity index account. Two massive benefits that change this country. Number one, every child in America will experience the benefits of compound growth. Take a little girl born next year. She's born next year, she has the account opened for her, $1,000 is automatically seeded, her parents, her family, or an employer puts $5,000 a year each year into that account. If you assume the historic rate of growth of the S&P 500, which is 7% a year, by the time that little girl is 18, she will have $170,000 in that account. And if she keeps saving, by the time that little girl is 35, she will have $700,000 in that account. That is game-changing, and we're not talking the children of Michael and Susan Dell, the children of Donald Trump, the children of people of great success. We're talking the kids of a single mom waiting tables who could have $700,000 saved by the time she's 35 to get an education, to start a business, to buy a house. That changes their whole lives. But the second benefit, and what I'm really excited about, is we are creating a new generation of capitalists. Every child in America is going to be an owner of the biggest employers in this country. We've all seen the sad statistics of how many kids are losing faith in capitalism. Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his phone and he's going to look at his app and he's going to see his Trump account. And instead of thinking of big, bad, scary corporations, that little boy is going to say, I own $50 of Apple. I own $100 of Dell. I own $75 of McDonald's. And every child is an owner of the biggest employers in this country. That will transform this country. Mr. President, thank you for signing it. Let me say, Brad, this would not be a law if Brad Gerstner did not pursue it with absolute dogged determination, relentless. I've gotten calls and texts from Brad at 6 a.m. and at 2 a.m. You may sleep less than the president, Brad, and that is a remarkable thing because I don't think he sleeps at all. And finally, I'll just say to Michael and Susan, incredible Texans, $6.25 billion is extraordinarily generous. Let me say, on behalf of 25 million kids who just got a gift from Michael and Susan, and it's not a gift of a video game, it's not a gift of a bicycle, it's an investment in their future. That changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401k of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401k plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to work with you.
Joseph, if you would just say a couple of words, and Brad, come on up for a second.
Perfect. Thank you. First, I would just want to thank Michael and Susan for the kind gift. What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for the provisions in this big, beautiful bill, but there is no one to thank greater than President Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this, out of every executive I've ever worked with, there's no one that's been more engaging, no one that has been more involved. And the only reason why these investment accounts are in the big, beautiful bill is because he helped convince other members of Congress that this is a good idea. This has been something that has been discussed for a long time, but no one could ever get it passed. But who helped get it passed was Donald Trump. I can tell you that from day one throughout the process. And so that's going to affect millions of kids in their futures.
Thank you. I was not planning or prepared to speak today, but the gravity of the situation is not lost on me. I have 4 boys of my own, 13 and under, and on the heels of a $6 billion announcement, I hope that doesn't go without some major headlines, that I will be making an announcement of my own that I will be contributing $60 to each one of my children's accounts today. Actually, to try to bring some levity to that, every parent, every grandpa and grandma can now look and say, I can get my grandkid this little toy or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there is a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in Congress, as I've joked with my colleagues, is the most productive day in my career. But to be able to be a part of something like this is, it makes everything worthwhile. I'm away from my kids a ton in this job, and being able to be a part of something like this, a small part that I played, is something that is transformational, and I'll be able to look back on this and be so grateful for this opportunity that I've had to be able to serve in Congress. Thank you so much. I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anybody have a question? Michael, Susan?
Yes.
Brad? Please.
Yeah, one for you two. If you could, did either of you say you're donating how much? First question. And Mr. President, is there an educational value to this in terms of not just the money in the account? What can kids learn in this account?
Well, I think they can learn a little bit about the free enterprise system, they can really learn a lot about how life works, how business works. They want to go out and make a living for themselves, because maybe it's going to be a lot more than we think, or maybe it's not going to be quite as much as we think, depending on what happens with the world and the market. We'll try and do very well in that regard too, but there's a lot of learning to be done, and I think this is a big step forward.
And your reaction, did either of you say you're donating how much?
Yeah, we already said it, it's $6.25 billion.
No, I mean, was the reaction between the two of you? Someone came up with the idea.
Oh, sure. Oh, well, so we kind of started with a smaller amount, to be honest. And we started talking about Texas only at the beginning. And
Adopting the state of Texas.
right. And then we thought about it some more, and we thought
Got
about
pretty excited about the idea.
Yep, and we went back and forth, and as we do on these things, and we
Got
ended
more
up.
and more excited, and next thing you
This
know.
is where we ended up. So, but
The number
a
kept
lot
climbing.
of discussion and consideration over a long period of time.
Yeah.
To
I mean,
to
we
come to this,
believe
and we
this
feel
is
great about it.
the greatest investment that we could possibly make is in children, and we've been investing in children for over 26 years with our foundation.
Yeah, and you know, there are 30 states already that require at least one semester of financial literacy, and hopefully all 50 states will do that. And you know, as children begin to understand that they have these accounts, that creates a real need for our schools, our parents, our community organizations to really begin to grow financial literacy in the country, which can only be a good thing.
It's really an amazing moment that two people would do that kind of a contribution. I mean, it's just an amazing moment. And it shows you this tremendous heart in great entrepreneurs. He's a great entrepreneur. They're both great entrepreneurs, because he probably wouldn't have done it without you. To be honest, that's the way it often works. And I know this relationship so well. There could be a lot of truth to that. But it shows you that there's a big heart in some pretty tough people. He's a tough cookie, but he's got a very, very warm spot. And what you've done, I don't think it's going to be talked about for a long time. It won't be forgotten.
May I ask a question? Thank you, sir. My question is about the logistics or the administration of the program. You obviously want to help poorer children. How will you help families perhaps who don't have access to computers or internet at home to make this program a reality? Sure. And please speak in the microphone if you don't mind.
Well, first, Treasury, as the Secretary talked about, is going to be administering the program. And we should just say that Luke Pettit, the Assistant Treasury Secretary, has just done an extraordinary job with the Secretary in what I think will be the biggest consumer launch in the history of government. 60 million accounts are going to get created next year. And these accounts are going to be promulgated. All parents are going to have to do is to claim the account. So if they have access to an Android phone or a public library to go to a computer and gain access, they can claim that account. And whether they claim it or not, the account is going to continue to compound. So they don't have a deadline by which they have to claim the account. There's time, right? And there's going to be a lot of resources. Think about this. Kids in school, we're going to have schools engaged, helping to tell them that they need to claim their accounts, to educate them, et cetera. We're going to run a big public campaign around this. So we're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this by the time we get to July 4th of next year. And we're going to make sure, listen, we know that wealthy families have access to 529 accounts, right? This is an opportunity, and the instruction was, how do we get the 50 million other families into the game? This is the first time we've done that because we're auto-creating these accounts for every child at birth, and so we're going to be very focused on making sure that every family entitled to get one of these accounts is able to claim it and get it.
Daniel, you have a question?
Yes, sir. These programs seem to create an opportunity for parents to create unprecedented financial security for their children, sir. Do you believe that these accounts will be a big part of your legacy when everything goes down? We've heard talks about you being legacy as a peacemaker, but this is a really, really big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think so, and I think it's a big part of everybody up here today. This was a group that was very instrumental, and in particular, obviously, Michael and Susan, it's a big part of their legacy. You know, they've got a big legacy anyway, but this is maybe going to be as important or more important than anything they've done thus far. It's, you know, looking back in 100 years from now, I think you're going to see some things that are they'll be talking about this very day. So thank you for that question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. These accounts were originally discussed as a way to incentivize people to have more children. Are there any other policy proposals you're looking at like this to encourage the birth rate to increase?
Well, we are looking at programs. We're looking at, there's a certain Australian plan that people are liking and they're talking about. You know what I mean? There's a plan where, not for children necessarily, but it's for people, working people. And we are looking at other things different from this. I think this is very unique, but different from this, but very important. Yeah.
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
Say it?
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
That's what they're talking about. Yep, we're looking at it very seriously. It's a good plan. It's worked out very well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you talk about what tax benefits these accounts come with? The information sheet that we just received said that when a child turns 18, they'll be treated like traditional IRAs and subject to a 10% withdrawal tax.
Please,
can you speak to when her children will be able to access these funds?
They can access them when they're 18, or they can convert them to an IRA at that time. During the 18 years, parents or employers can donate with the tax deduction up to $5,000 into each account, and then philanthropists, like Michael and Susan, can add an unlimited amount to the accounts. So $5,000 from employees or families, and then gifts from foundations and philanthropists can be an unlimited amount.
Mr. President, you said that you have been talking to your wealthy friends, as well as you, Mr. Dell, about contributing. Can you walk us through maybe who you've been talking to and how much more we can expect on top of
I think the people you probably would think I would be talking to. There's a group of people out there that have been very successful, and we've already started talking to them. You know, we're doing ballrooms, we're doing arcs, we have a thing that's being planned that's going to be a great tribute to the country, as you know. You probably heard about it. The arc that we're looking at by the bridge near Arlington, there's going to be something. We're doing some other things for Washington itself and for the country itself. But a lot of the people that have, gone in and done a real job with that. The ballroom, I think Michael and Susan, the next time we meet, well, I think hopefully we'll meet before then, but we're going to have a big event over in the ballroom to celebrate this. We're building a ballroom that they've wanted at this beautiful White House for 150 years. They've wanted it so badly. Right now we can hold 109 people if you're lucky in a room. It's a beautiful room, but it's 109 people, and we're building something. You see the trucks in the back. You see the clanging, the banging, and when it's completed, it'll be one of the greatest ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's going to be amazing. So people that were involved in that process, I have a lot of friends with a lot of success, and every one of them, I would be shocked if anyone turns us down. We're going to have a lot of big contributors, Jeff.
On a separate topic, if I may, sir, you had a call with Brazil's President Lula today. Can you tell us what you discussed?
Yeah, we had a great talk. We talked about trade. We talked about sanctions, because, as you know, I sanctioned them, having to do with certain things that took place. But we had a very good talk. I like him. Very good. We had some good meetings, as you know, but we had a very good talk today. Yes, I did.
You also pardoned the former president of Honduras, and he was released from prison
I
yesterday.
did. Well, he was the president, and they had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that, and I did it. I feel very good about it. If you have some drug dealers in your country and you're the president, you don't necessarily put the president in jail for 45 years. That was a Biden-inspired witch hunt.
Did his letter impact your decision on that, sir, from Mr. Stone?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Your decisions, recent decisions to Syria, renewed many hopes for the Syrian people. And now the minorities in Syria, like Kurds, Christians, and Jews, they want help. U.S. help them to have some sort of autonomy and their rights being protected in Syria. How do you
We're going to give them help, and I think Syria's come a long way. The new leader of Syria was here, as you know, 3 weeks ago, and he was really into making that country, bringing the country around. Not an easy job. Not an easy job. It's centuries of problems. But I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, please.
Mr. President. In the broader context of the economy with these childhood investments, we just saw the biggest Black Friday in history, up 4.1% from last year, $26 billion. Kevin told me about that. We also saw that they're going to spend $1 trillion on Christmas this year, $1 trillion. Increasing 4.1%. 25 states, gas is below $3, a handful below $2.50 and getting better. Energy policy matters.
I like this guy.
And timing matters.
Who are you with?
Real America's Voice.
That's what I heard. That's what
But
I like
timing
you very
matters.
much. Keep talking.
So to invest with these children now, the economy, the better the economy is, better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Sure. Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing thing. We have over almost $20 trillion of investment coming in. I don't even know if you know that. 20 trillion, that's a lot by any standard, right? But Biden, as an example, I say this, his administration over a 4-year period had much less than $1 trillion. And we're up to 18, I guess right now, Scott, about 18 trillion in 10 months. And there's never been a country, China, no country has ever done anything even close to that. Even if you figure 20% of that, no country's done 20%. And it's because of tariffs and and I think because of November 5th, the election day. But we have now under construction, I guarantee you're expanding a lot of your different places, right, for Dell. But we have places like that. We have car companies. We have AI coming in at levels. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's amazing. And they're going to be producing a lot of success, a lot of jobs. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me a year ago, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that's what we have. And it's one of the reasons Michael's able to do this. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be here and, having really run a very successful campaign. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the districts. I'll tell you, the district vote is the most impressive. 2,750 compared to 550. That's some difference. And we just had a tremendous election and a tremendous vote of confidence. And thank you very much for that question. Thank you.
On immigration, subsidies. Will you make a deal with Democrats? Thank you, Press. Mr. President. Thank you, Press. Thank you. Will you make a deal with Democrats on ACA subsidies?
Thank you, Mr. President. I like to end with that question.
Expanded travel ban, Mr. President.
All right, can't help it. It's very glamorous.
Thank you.
Washington, D.C. Here in the military cemetery lie the 7 astronauts from the space shuttle Columbia. 2 women and 5 men who perished in an incredible accident on their return to Earth on February 1st, 2003.
Look at the chunks coming off of it. What the heck is that?
The Columbia's lost. There are no survivors.
We're going to tell you of the tragic fate of an exceptional rocket.
C'est dans l'histoire de l'aéronautique le vaisseau probablement le plus complexe jamais imaginé.
How could a few grams of foam lead to the disintegration of this 100-ton spaceship?
It hit the orbiter at a relative velocity of about 500 miles an hour.
It was like a jackhammer hitting something.
Why couldn't the accident have been foreseen?
On every mission, 80% had some degree of foam shedding.
Why wasn't the structure reinforced?
À l'époque, on pense que c'est vraiment indestructible.
Thanks to the technical expertise of astronauts and investigators, as well as testimonies from the crew's families, we will decipher each second of Columbia's return to Earth.
There had never been significant problems on descent.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
The hot plasma coming through the wing was the functional equivalent of a blowtorch.
Une fusée, c'est une grosse bombe potentielle. Et puis c'est la rupture. On n'a plus aucun contact.
Laura's holding on to me and she said, "Is Daddy okay?" And tell her, no, I don't think he is.
We're going to try to work out how the shuttle Columbia, flagship of the U.S. Space Initiative, could turn into a fireball that was out of control.
It was the worst, I mean, literally the worst day of my life.
January 2003, Cape Canaveral, NASA's launch base in Florida. A gigantic building of 3.6 million cubic centimeters, a volume that could accommodate more than 100,000 containers. Here, astronauts on the next space mission try on their spacesuits. It's a solemn moment, especially for those going into space for the first time, as is the case for flight surgeon Laurel Clark. Jonathan Clark is Laurel's husband. He remembers his wife's joy at being selected for this mission.
The first time she applied in 1994, she was pregnant, very big, and they didn't take her, but they still went through the selection. The next cycle was 1996, and she was selected. So she was unbelievably excited.
Alongside astronaut Clark, those who would share the 16-day mission, an exclusively scientific assignment to analyze the effects of microgravity on living organisms. Philippe Perrin knew the mission crew very well. The French astronaut trained alongside them at NASA.
C'était au départ un groupe de copains. Il y avait à son bord le premier astronaute israélien, Ilan Ramon. Il y avait le copilote Willie McCool, qui était un de mes proches. Il y avait aussi une américaine d'origine indienne et experte en bras robotiques, Kalpana. Il y avait un autre garçon qui était de ma promo quand on a rejoint la NASA quelques années avant David. Et puis Mike, un ancien, et c'était un équipage avec qui j'avais eu en fait une grande envie de voler.
Leading the crew was astronaut Rick Husband, aged 45. This was his second manned flight, his first as commander.
He felt it was a huge honor to be the commander and a very unusual thing. But before the launch, he called each of the parents of the crew members and told them what a blessing it had been to have their son or daughter in the crew and how honored he was to fly in space with them. And so he really made a contact with all the families. It was truly a family, all of us.
All right, our fearless leader, time to get comfy.
They spend a lot of time working together on the various activities that are going to be expected when they're on orbit.
Don't make any mistakes because you're surrounded by vision.
C'était une mission scientifique, de recherche en apesanteur, on dit aussi parfois en microgravité.
A mission more than 2 years in preparation. Initially planned for 2001, it had been postponed 13 times.
They were frustrated, of course, to always see a postponement anytime that there was a circumstance that arose that made some other scheduling imperative.
Uh-oh.
That's the 4th time she's been to the bathroom in the last 2 hours.
So?
Her breakfast was binding. I made sure of that.
So?
So she clearly has some sort of stomach distress. If it's viral, we're all susceptible.
She's probably just airsick.
Yeah, well, what if she's not? What if we get what she has? What if we infect the King of Sweden? That's how wars start. All right, that's it. This is Outbreak, and she's the monkey.
Wait, stop. Be reasonable.
Leonard, we need to do something about your wife.
What's the matter?
She is clearly sick, and she's gonna take us all down with her.
She's not sick, Sheldon.
She is, and I'm gonna catch it, and it's gonna ruin the greatest day of my life.
I promise you're not going to get what she has.
What's going on?
Unclean! Unclean!
What?
He thinks you're sick.
Oh. Should we tell him?
Well, if we don't, he might try and jump out of the plane.
Doesn't answer my question.
Tell me what?
I'm pregnant, Sheldon.
You're right, I can't catch that. Good news, Amy. She's just pregnant.
That's Sheldon. He says he'll be down in a minute.
What are you doing?
He's not coming out until he sees proof you don't have an air freshener in your car.
This is gonna be a long weekend for you.
You're the reason I'm doing it.
I said to stop insulting each other. I didn't tell you to take them on a romantic getaway.
How do I know what you said? Damn you and your noise-canceling breasts. Hello. Hey, buddy.
You excited for Texas?
Oh, very much so. It's not every day you get to tour NASA with a real astronaut. Who's the real astronaut? Buzz Aldrin. Oh, yay!
Bacon scrambles with crispy hash browns are also just $6. Or French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6.
Howard. I have to go to the bathroom.
You just went to the bathroom.
Yeah, but I didn't use it because it didn't seem safe. Despite all my emails, the toilet didn't have a seatbelt.
Well, it still doesn't.
Yeah, I realized that safety concerns went out the window 2 apple juices ago. Why are you getting annoyed?
I'm trying to be a better friend, but you constantly say and do irritating things.
Like when?
When? How about in the car? I'm an astronaut, and you know it. You just don't like admitting it because you're jealous.
Well, truth be told, as a child, I did dream of going to space. Those astronauts are my heroes. And when you got to go, it was hard for me.
Thank you.
Because it made me realize I'll just send anyone up there. Aren't you going to let me out?
Nope.
But I still need to use the bathroom.
Here you go. Be creative. What's the matter? Scared of a little turbulence?
No. Turbulence is just the equalization of diurnal temperature variations in the atmosphere. I'm not scared at all. Oh, apple juice, stay where you are.
This is nothing. I experienced way worse when I was plummeting back to Earth, apparently not being a real astronaut. Okay, that was a big one.
I take it back. I'm scared of turbulence.
I need that backpack.
Thing I ever did or said to you. I'm sorry too, it's all my fault. If you weren't my friend, there'd be a hole in my life. Thank you, Sheldon. Kind of like when Firefly was canceled. But not as big.
The captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You're now free to move about the cabin.
It's over.
Yeah.
Should we stop holding hands now?
In a minute.
Okay, good.
What on earth are you doing?
Whatever it is, I'm guessing you're doing it wrong.
Gentlemen, this is the Coast Starlight, one of the great American trains operating on one of the classic American routes. On this side, you'll see panoramic ocean vistas inaccessible to any other form of transportation, while on your side, you'll be treated to 350 miles of Costco's, Jiffy Lubes, and cinder block homes with above-ground pools.
Come on, Raj.
What's wrong with Jiffy Lubes? No.
Why not?
That's over the wheelbase. Are you completely unfamiliar with the suspension characteristics of a pre-1980 Pullman-built Superliner deluxe passenger coach?
Sheldon, we've been on this train 90 seconds and you've already said 1,000 words. Just tell us where to sit and shut up.
Here. I'm hoping once you reap the endorphic rewards of the steady clickety-clack of steel wheels on polished rails, your sour disposition will abate.
Yeah, maybe. Meanwhile, back in the 21st century, people are raising their tray tables and putting their seatbacks in an upright position because it's time to land in San Francisco.
It's not so bad, really. At least these trains have modern plumbing. In India, you squat over a hole in the train and expose your naked buttocks to the chilly air of Rajasthan.
He is referring, of course, to third class on Indian Railway's magnificent Ranakpur Express and its 1,200-kilometer journey from Maharashtra to the Bikaner Junction.
Oh, look, now he's boring on an international scale. So are you going to give us a clue where we're headed?
Okay, let's see. They've got spicy food and there's a chance you'll get diarrhea.
India.
We can drive there.
Your house?
We are going to Mexico!
Fun! I've never been there.
Leonard, don't be fooled. I'm from Texas. Mexico is Spanish for Mexico.
What's wrong with Mexico?
Mariachi bands, wild dogs, beans that jump around because there's a worm inside.
Okay, calm down. There's a theme to this weekend. We are going to Mexico in Feynman's van to stay at the vacation house Feynman bought with the money from his Nobel Prize. Viva la Imodium! Ay, ay, ay! Are you kidding me? You lost my mother's ashes?
No, I'm just saying that sometimes bags are misrouted.
All right, fine. Where did you misroute the only woman who ever loved me? The first what? First, I meant first.
I just need some information. What's the flight number?
816.
I really did mean first.
Just drop it.
And can you describe the bag?
Well, it's black. There's a red ribbon tied to the handle.
The world's greatest mom is in the shoe compartment.
Mr. and Mrs. Wallowitz, as far as I can tell, your bag arrived in Los Angeles.
So where is it?
I don't know. Perhaps somebody took it off the carousel by mistake?
So some stranger has my mom? Is that what you're telling me? My poor mother can be anywhere in Los Angeles right now.
I wish I was telling you that. But the passenger could have gotten on an international flight.
Oh, okay, great. So your entire job is to find lost luggage, and you've narrowed down the location of my mother to the planet Earth.
I'm sorry. Would 500 frequent flyer miles help? That could get you to Sacramento. Great news. Your bag was returned.
Oh, thank God. It's okay. She's here. Ma's here.
Thank you so much.
Ma, I'm sorry I didn't take you to the airport. I just want you to know that I'll never forgive myself for being so selfish. And I promise to keep you close for the rest of my life.
Oh no, that thing's gonna end up in my bedroom.
Well, here we are.
Yep. Really gonna miss you.
Gonna miss you too.
Penny, we're in the red zone. You see, the white zone is for loading and unloading. We're breaking the law.
Okay, there's no space in the white zone, so.
Anyway, we can email, and I think the phone connections are pretty good.
All right, you have to get out of the car right now. I'm not going to jail for you.
You just relax.
Oh, I see a space in the white zone. Quick, circle the airport.
Did you bring enough inhalers?
Yeah.
And extra Dramamine? You remember what happened on It's a Small World.
No, I'm covered.
Okay.
Oh, dear Lord, a police officer's glancing in our direction. We've been made.
Calm down, I'm getting out. Something I want to give you.
Leonard.
All right, it's just a heart-shaped locket with a picture of Leonard's face in it. He got them all on clearance. Now move, move, move.
I love you.
I love you too.
Don't worry, officer. They just love each other. We're not smuggling drugs.
Excuse me. Is it at all possible that you're knitting a pair of pants? Oh, no, you're understandably terrified. Allow me to explain. 45 days ago, I embarked on a railroad journey of healing because when my university was making me do string theory, my favorite comic book store burned down, and when my roommate got engaged, my girlfriend wanted to move in with me, which was no doubt a ploy just to see my, well, excuse my language, but my bathing suit parts. Sir, may I use your phone?
I don't think so.
I understand that I'm half naked, but there is a reasonable explanation. While I slept in my sleeper car, all my possessions were stolen. Now, typically I wear pajamas, but I recently adopted a hobo lifestyle, and pajamas are the sleep pants of the man. I'll have you know, Mahatma Gandhi wore no pants, and a nation rallied behind him. Man, now before you walk away, I know that I may appear deranged, but I am in fact a world-renowned physicist. Ask me the difference between a boson and a fermion. You go ahead, ask. Bosons have integer spin. Fermions have half-integer spin. My legs are getting cold. Why won't anybody help me?
Hey, we're all going over to the Apple store to make fun of the guys at the Genius Bar. You want to come?
Oh, I always enjoy that, but I'm a little busy.
What are you doing?
I'm simplifying the task of packing for our trip. See, by attaching RFID tags to my clothing, it will enable my laptop to read and identify the items with this wand. I will then cross-reference them against destination, anticipate activity spectrum, weather conditions, duration of trip, etc.
Well, that does sound much simpler. How long is this gonna take?
Assuming I can keep up this pace, 3 hours, 11 minutes, plus however long it takes to conclude this fairly pointless conversation.
Wow. Teasing the guys at the Apple store seems a little redundant now.
I don't follow.
I wouldn't expect you to. I'll see you later.
Socks. 1 pair, cotton, argyle, blue. Socks. 1 pair, cotton, argyle, blue.
So, can you believe that we're driving in a van that was owned by one of the greatest scientific minds of the 20th century? It's like the Batmobile. If Batman was real, and a physicist, and his car wasn't cool.
What was that?
I think it's a tire.
What if it's Bandito shooting at us? What if we get kidnapped? What if we end up in a factory making Bart Simpson pinatas for the rest of our lives?
It's the tire.
Leonard.
What?
I'm getting too old for this crud.
What are you doing?
It's called Lamaze breathing. It helps you push.
Great. He's pushing with his uterus.
It's got to be a smarter way of removing it.
Yeah, this is nothing more than a physics problem.
Right. Archimedes once said, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world."
Of course. All we need is to find stuff to make a lever big enough to fix this.
Exactly. I'll bet there's something around here that could be a lever.
Let's see, a lever.
Hold on. Let's take this problem one step at a time. First, we need to decide whether we're calling it lever or lever. And the sooner we decide it's lever, the sooner we can roll up our sleeves, not slabs, and get to work.
We're gonna be here forever. I don't think the lever's working.
What makes you say that?
There's gotta be something else we can try.
Well, if this was Star Trek, we could use a phaser to blast it off.
It's too broad of a beam. You need something more precise, like Superman's heat vision.
Oh, the Green Lantern's ring can make a big green hand that unscrews it.
If you need a green hand, why not just use the Hulk?
Oh, please. The Hulk would never get across the border with that temper.
Guys, excuse me. Not that calling one of the Avengers isn't a perfectly reasonable choice, but we're scientists. Don't you think we can figure this out using actual science?
Yes, we could use science, but it's your bachelor party. Lighten up.
We will percussive shock you.
We will percussive shock you.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place.
I have an eidetic memory. Sometimes it's a curse.
I had no idea tortilla chips are such a good fuel source.
They're basically pure hydrocarbons soaked in fat. Let's hope the lug nut expands.
What if that burning food attracts animals?
We have plenty of food for the animals.
We do?
Yep. 6-foot wiener and a Flash t-shirt.
That's not very nice.
It's a bachelor party. Lighten up.
Oh, what is that awful smell?
It's burning salsa. I'm hoping the acidity and salinity combined with electricity will corrode the lug nut off.
What an innovative solution. Perhaps I don't give your MIT education enough credit.
Yeah, I saw it on Mythbusters.
All right. This rust, combined with the aluminum recovered from the van, is now thermite.
Right. Couple pinches ought to do the trick.
Is that enough to melt the lug nut?
Well, let's start small. We can always have more.
You put up a good fight, lug nut. But you've met your match.
Hey, look, the lug nuts off.
That is a bracing cold, an invigorating cold. Lord, is it cold!
Help you with your bag, sir?
Oh, thank you, fellow Bozite. May I say, you are the living embodiment of all the promises made by our lovely town's Chamber of Commerce.
Wait!
Excuse me!
One ticket to Pasadena, California.
Raj, stop! What are you doing here?
Then go. If not, then stay here with the people who love you.
But what if this is my last chance at marriage and family?
I promise you it's not. Believe me, somewhere out there is a woman who loves cooking shows and sweater vests and all the other dumb things you love.
You really think so?
Yes. And I don't think she's waiting for you in England. When you propose to someone in Notting Hill, it should be to someone who knows what that movie is.
Are you saying you're just a boy? Standing in front of another boy? Saying you don't want him to leave?
Sure.
I love you, buddy.
I love you too. No, that's not what's happening here. Come on. How do you get past security? To buy a ticket, you owe me $1,300.
For the entree, tonight's special is a seafood risotto. Do you have any questions?
I do. Does this train car have the original Lincoln Pin coupler or the Miller hook and platform?
I'm sorry, I meant questions about the food.
Oh, of course. Is the seafood risotto being served on a train car with the original Lincoln Pin coupler or the Miller hook and platform?
I think we're gonna need a minute.
Fun fact, it's neither. They actually use the AAR Type E coupler. If you listen carefully when the locomotive disconnects, you'll hear the characteristic click, psh, thunk up the knuckle. Get out of town.
Do another one.
Okay, here's my impression of the Amtrak Acela barreling down the Eastern Corridor.
It's like there's a train in your mouth. How many trains have you been on?
Tons. A box fell on my head at UPS 6 years ago. Now I just collect disability and ride trains.
Wow. Your life's amazing.
Not always. A box fell on my head at UPS 6 years ago. Now I just collect disability and ride trains.
Excuse me. You are at Valentine's dinner with your girlfriend. Now get back over there and be with her.
You're right. That was insensitive of me. I have to go back to my table now. You should join us.
All right.
Great. Now there's two of them.
Hold on to your conductor's hat. You crank the second and third axles, creating a pair of internal connecting rods, and boom, 410-4. If you think about it, the Q2 was like the 410-4 America never made.
I may never stop thinking about it. Amy, what are the odds we run into this guy?
Better than you think.
You know, if you ask nicely, they'll let you visit the engine room.
I never want this day to end.
It's feeling like it never will.
Hey, did I tell you what happened to me at UPS?
I love you so much.
Love you too.
Sorry.
You guys missed a pretty great time.
The conductor and I have the same pocket watch.
It was crazy.
Dare I say, loco? Oh, and Amy, guess what? The conductor said as soon as he gets off work, he can come back to the bed and breakfast and play his banjo for us.
Okay, I need to speak to my boyfriend in private, like right now.
Let's go.
Why are you still here?
Excuse me? I think you're being a little rude.
I'm being rude? You've been rude to me this entire evening.
How is that possible? I've hardly spoken to you since we got on the train.
I'm detecting a little friction between you two, and I don't want to be a third rail. Get it?
I get it.
Leave.
What is your problem?
It's Valentine's Day. We're supposed to be having a romantic weekend.
Oh, really? Because I remember you saying that this trip was going to be something we could both enjoy. Did you mean that? Or were you just trying to trick me?
Fine. It's true. I deserve romance, and I didn't know how else to make it happen.
Well, if you want romance, then let's have romance. Oh, look, there's wine. Mmm. Grape juice that burns. Now let's gaze into each other's eyes. You blinked, I win. Let's see, what's next? Oh, kissing's romantic.
That was nice.
Good. The conductor said if I come back to the engine room, he'd show me how to bring the train through a crossing.
Okay, have fun.
Do you want to come with me?
Really? I do.
Hey guys, wait up!
Wow, there's a Denny's in Vegas you can actually get married in.
That doesn't sound very romantic.
Yeah, but we could get heart-shaped pancakes.
I'm sure we'll find a decent chapel.
Yeah. This is crazy.
I know. You think people are gonna be mad?
Maybe, but this isn't about them. It's about us.
It is. It is about us.
You know what the best part is? We took our time. I mean, we met, we were friends for a couple years, and then we got together, and then we got untogether, and then we worked out all our problems, and now we know everything about each other. We can just go forward with no surprises and no regrets.
Right. No surprises.
And no regrets.
Well, there's one thing I feel I should tell you.
What?
You know, so we can go into this with no secrets between us.
What?
Remember a couple of years back when I was on that research ship in the North Sea?
Yeah?
Okay, well, there was a lot of drinking and craziness going on.
Yeah, you told me.
Okay, well, there was this girl.
What did you do?
Nothing. Really, it was just kissing.
And then what?
And then nothing. I stopped it. But it still bothers me, and I wanted you to know.
All right.
Did you ever do anything like this since
Nope,
we've been?
never.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? Why are you telling me this now?
like I said, we're about to get married. And I want a clean slate, no secrets.
Really? Because to me, it seems like we're about to get married and you're trying to sabotage it.
Would you rather I didn't tell you?
No, I don't want there to be secrets between us.
See, now I'm confused. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Keep your mouth off other women?
I can do that. From now on, this mouth, you and food, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah?
Look, I'm not happy this happened, but I think I can get past it. I mean, we weren't engaged at the time, and it was just kissing.
Right.
Just kissing.
It wasn't even very good. She was a smoker. I'd just been seasick.
Okay, that's enough. Stop talking.
So, we're still getting married.
Yes.
Because we love each other.
Yes.
And it's the happiest day of our lives.
Don't push it.
Holy crap, look. Is that who I think it is?
It can't be. What would Summer Glau be doing riding the train?
Maybe John Connor's aboard and she's protecting him from an evil Terminator.
Unlikely. That's a television show, Leonard.
Thank you.
Of course, if Skynet actually did exist in the future, a perfect way to infiltrate and destroy mankind would be to send Terminators back posing as actors who have played Terminators in popular films and television series, lulling us into a false sense of security, i.e., that's Summer Glau from the Sarah Connor Chronicles. No, Summer, don't kill me. I'm pro-robot.
At least he's off the train crap.
Whee! Sheldon, I owe you an apology. Taking the train was a stroke of brilliance. I've actually got a shot at a Terminator.
Oh, please. When it comes to Terminators, you've got a better shot of scoring with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You're overlooking something. I have 11 hours with her in a confined space. If Leslie's willing to jump off a moving train, tuck and roll down the side of a hill, she will eventually succumb to the acquired taste that is Howard Wolowitz.
My money's on tuck and roll.
I'm confused. I thought you were involved in some sort of socially intimate pairing with Leslie Winkle.
Sheldon, let me explain to you how this works.
All right.
That's Summer Glau.
Yes.
That's it.
Hang on a sec. Why do you get first crack at her?
Well, let's see. A couple reasons. One, I saw her first.
No, you didn't. I did.
Fair enough. But then let me move on to number two. Unlike you, I can actually talk to women when I'm sober.
You fail to take into account that even mute, I am foreign and exotic, while you, on the other hand, are frail and pasty.
Well, you know the old saying, pasty and frail never fail. It's hot in here. Must be summer. So, where are you gals headed? It's hot in here. Must be summer. It's hot in here. Must be summer. It's hot in here. Must be summer.
It's hot in here. Must be summer.
That's cute.
Really? I just made it up. Have you seen Slumdog Millionaire?
Oh, yeah, I loved it.
It's loosely based on my life. And that bright little star peeking her head out early today, that's Venus.
That is so cool. You really know a lot about space.
Come on, when you were on TV in Firefly, you were actually in space.
You're not one of those guys who really believe that, are you?
You mean one of the hopeless geeks? No, those are crazy people. Howard, be a dear and get me another one of these. Now he's one of those geeks.
Raj?
Yes? Look, What am I looking at?
You tell me.
Non-alcoholic beer, yeah.
Hi, I'm the small package good things come in. Okay, here's another one. If you married the famous rock guitarist Johnny Winter, you'd be Summer Winter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna just go for broke here and say I like you.
Yeah?
So, here's my question. Do you realistically see any conversational path that would take us from where we are right now to a place where I could ask you out and you'd say yes?
No.
Fair enough. I'll leave you in peace.
Thank you.
But before I go, would you mind if I just take one picture of us together for my Facebook page?
Sure.
Okay, great. Now can I take one where it looks like we're making out?
If you need any recommendations while visiting New York, please don't hesitate to contact me.
Well, it is our honeymoon.
So we are going to be quite busy.
Got it.
Harry Potter play, parts 1 and 2.
And tomorrow, a tour of the sites where Nikola Tesla lived, worked, and slowly went crazy. And, of course, coitus.
Huh. Enjoy New York, and I guess coitus.
Really, Sheldon? You wanna do it again?
Don't act surprised. It's clearly marked on the schedule. Now, shall we steam the wrinkles out of our wizard robes or make vigorous, socially sanctioned love? Either way, I can check something off my to-do list.
Socially sanctioned. Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is right there.
Do you know what I love about Broadway theater? It's so interactive.
Uh-huh.
You're so close to the actors. It's like you're in the play.
Uh-huh.
When you yell, "Harry, watch out," he looks right at you. And not just Harry, everyone on stage.
The risk of sounding redundant. Uh-huh.
All right, well, it's a bit late, but I did block out the rest of the evening for conjugal relations. Should we shower? I mean before, not during. That's how you fall and break a hip.
You know, I'm a little jet laggy. Maybe we can revisit this in the morning.
Oh, no can do. If we miss tonight, it's not scheduled until Thursday at 6. And that'll have to be no frills because we got a 6:30 reservation at Benihana.
Sheldon, do we really have to do this on a schedule?
Are you suggesting spontaneity?
I guess, yeah.
So now that we're married, sex can occur at any time? Like, we could be brushing our teeth and suddenly your minty fresh tongue is in my mouth? No, thank you.
Really? Would it be so bad to mix it up a little?
Mix it up? Who are you, Betty Crocker?
Where are you going?
To take a shower. Now that sex can happen at any time, I'll always have to be ready. Should probably live under a waterfall.
Well, you don't have to worry about sex happening tonight.
Oh. Well, thanks. But I'm still gonna rinse off. I touched a lot of stuff in the gift shop.
And here we have the former hotel where Tesla perfected the 3-phase alternating current motor.
That's wrong. I'm gonna say something.
Don't.
Well, then how will everyone know I'm the smartest boy here?
Just let it go.
Is everything all right? You seem testy this morning.
I'm not testy.
I'll have to take your word for it. There's no test for testy. Is it possible that you're sexually